journey's just begun. Pokemon, more the better. Pokemon, Team Rocket's on the run. Pokemon, we're friends forever. You've got the power right in your hands. They'll evolve before your eyes. A world of magic at your command. You can be a master if you try. Pokemon.
Hey everybody. Yeah, this is a bit awkward, but I'm here, and the frame rate is it's in the double digits. It's actually excellent, like normal. My internet company was able to fix the local infrastructure a little ahead of schedule. So the stream I was originally going to put off to Tuesday to make up for, to not have total, a big gap at the back end of my month of my streams is, now we're just having the stream. So, okay. Hold on. Where's the button? There's a button. Hey everybody, I'm Super Change Station H, autistic gamer and writer, and that was a little awkward getting into the beginning of the stream because I somehow tangled up my headphones at the last possible second. Hey, thanks for the sub, Kalaka Boy. That should not have come through my PC speakers. It should have come through. Where's my? Ah, there we go. Now it'll come through my headphones, so it doesn't pick up on my mic and echo on for everybody. But we're just gonna set the timer for. Where's the timer? There we go. Let's set it for 12 minutes. Yeah, 12 minutes seems good. And get started. Now, I'm going to try a new sort of gameplay and rest pattern that I haven't really tried for a couple of years. Which is, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break, off camera, go to my hold screen for every hour of gameplay. Because at one point, I was able to do much longer streams that way. And, I enjoy doing my longer streams, and I have the time and availability for it, and Pokemon's taking too long. Not that, I wanted to cover this game and everything, but I want to move on to other things. I already chose what game I'm going to be playing next. I'm going to be doing a 3D platformer next, which is going to be very exciting. I won't say which 3D platformer, but, it's one I haven't played or really talked about much on stream. If you've been watching my retro gaming segments, there has been we've seen some coverage of it that I've deliberately did not place emphasis on, and some of the magazines that I've been reading that are around the time, magazines from around the height of Pokemania when like Pokemon Red and Blue and the anime are just hitting North America. Yeah, there's been some coverage of this game, and I'll be covering it. It's a 3D platformer, so in that era, you could guess the, especially 98, let's see, not a lot of Saturn games coming out at that point. At that point, Sega's just sort of holding their breath so they can get the Dreamcast out to market. So we've got, it's definitely not a Saturn game, and it's either going to be for PlayStation or N64, possibly a PC game. I don't know how many 3D platformers were on PCs. So that'll, you could guess, it's either going to be PlayStation or N64, 3D platformer, not one I've played on stream before. One that I personally have not played through since maybe 2000? 2001. Yeah, I'd say it would be reasonable to say that I have not played through this game since maybe 2002 at the absolute latest. We'll see. We'll see, Farron boy. Hey there, always good to see y'all in chat. I hope, America's favorite human is having a blast over there. I understand that a lot of the country is about to be locked down for a big snowstorm that apparently is sort of dragging its heels, and yeah, they're doing delays. They're having delays. They haven't got the snow ready yet for the snowstorm. But the good news is that I was able to clear my schedule, and I haven't lost any. I've neither lost any revenue out of it, nor am I obligated to put myself in harm or inconvenience's way for the sake of, just keeping my bills paid in the face of the snowstorm. Hey there, Eskillium, how you doing? And I found apparently I typed out a copy of, or at least I typed out a copy of your old enchilada recipe, and I was like, why was I trying to find the video? Because what I wrote down was exactly what I had memorized and how I would have tried to make it from memory, even though it's been the better part of 20 years at this point, which is kind of frightening. Yeah, so, no, but I just remember, like, you really, like, went through the archives, your personal archives, trying to find that enchilada recipe video. Yeah, well, you did what you needed to do at the time, so don't worry too much about it. It's not like, oh, yeah, it's kind of funny how lost media tends to happen, because I know, like, last year, a lot of, like, television show pilots that had been only shown to, like, investors and just to networks and studios got found or got officially publicly released for the first time. The biggest example for me personally being the pilot for Thomas the Tank Engine from 1982 or 1983 that had been filmed using much more primitive live-action animation models and a very basic sets, different faces. Like the models weren't as reliable in terms of like picking up electricity from the tracks, so they would stall a lot. But they also did some more sophisticated camera work than what was in the final version of the show, so it's very elaborate. Oh, okay, it was one of those, okay, never mind. It was one of those accidental data destruction things. You know, I have a VHS tape from, it was a bunch of cartoons. I know for sure there was The Adventures of the Gummy Bears and like a bunch of very early like Disney afternoon stuff from like 89, I think, or 90. And I think Tailspin was on there. And somehow, no, I had the tape, and this is like 2016 or so. This is not like years and years ago. I just dropped it and broke it, the tape, in a way that could be very easily repaired by someone who knows what they're doing, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I could go ahead and I could preserve a tape, and I actually just got my hands on a tape of a People's Court episode that my late friend from college was the plaintiff on. And they don't really rerun those episodes, especially since I think it was one of the last episodes that was filmed in 4:3. And they tend to not, unless it's like vintage stuff like, you know, like classic TV, specifically like nostalgia blocks. I mean, they're not going to air a People's Court episode from like 15 years ago. But I've got some special gamer, I guess, streamer water today. I have some water that came from a freshwater spring well in this little church up in the mountains. Because I try to go to this place when I can. You can just drive up with a bottle, you bring your own container, and you can fill up some bottles. I don't have a big, like, I need to go bring like a big like water dispenser jug sometime, because there are like pumps you could get where you could put like a spigot onto those bottles and have them with the tops facing up, and you don't need a water dispenser to get the water out the bottle. But it's really good, high quality water. And what I've seen people like, and apparently this water is so like full of natural minerals that you can't make like Kool-Aid or lemonade out of it, because it's so like dense with minerals that you cannot you can't mix Kool-Aid into the water. Like you can't, like if you like a drink mix, it will not accept, it won't, the powder won't dissolve into the liquid. It's so dense with minerals already, which also means that it's so dense that, like, the microplastics that could be leached out of the bottles also really, like, have no space to, like, settle into, like, dissolve into the water, which is cool. But getting back to your, the hard drive accident, E-Skillium, yeah, sometimes there could just be freak accidents. And Farronboy, like, oh, wow, I was not expecting, sorry I missed you in chat, it's 68 degrees where you're at, you're not down south or anything like that. So, well, I'm guessing what's gonna happen is that all that warm air that's rising over there is gonna suck all the snowstorm right into your region, like with maybe harder winds than normal. Uh-oh, it's time for the Kalaka Boy redeemed the Game Boy Knight. Alright. Yeah, so that's the history, the illustrious, rich history of the Game Boy Knight, which we'll be playing for, how long am I supposed to? Oh, yeah. 10 minutes of, simulated Game Boy Knight gameplay. Yeah, so this is a model you're probably unfamiliar with, but the lore for it is, right there in chat. And the cool thing is that, in the context of, you know, our main timeline, you know, Earth 1, such as it were, this, is kind of reminiscent of, if a version of Pokemon Pinball came out for the Virtual Boy. Now, quite frustratingly, well, I did not realize, I found out by accident, about a week ago, I was actually going to talk about this during my last stream, I did not realize that the Nintendo Switch Virtual Boy, I did not watch the Nintendo Direct that announced it, because I assumed it was going to be like 95% Nintendo Switch 2 news, and I don't have a Switch 2 and don't plan to get one. But one of the things that kind of had me eyeing the Switch 2 was the idea of playing getting that Nintendo Switch Virtual Boy adaptation, because I had a couple of friends, one in '95 and then one a little later in like the early 2000s who had Virtual Boy. In one case, I played it at his house, and the other friend, they actually let me borrow theirs. They did not have the stand for it anymore. You had to sort of lay on your belly and prop it up. Oh. Hi! Oops. Yeah, thanks for the, yeah, I knocked the microphone off my desk because I have a 3mm wired headphones wired into it that are headphones that the actual leads are almost entirely, like, degloved of their insulating, like, rubbery plastic stuff. Because these are the headphones that came with a iPhone that I got in like 2010. No, excuse me. These headphones did not come with an iPhone. They came with an iPod Touch, like a first generation iPod Touch. Yeah, we'll finish this this catch-em mode and then move on to our main game of the evening, Pokemon Red. Oh yeah, well I know, like, with any kind of simulated 3D, often uses sort of frame rate based electronic shutters. And it's funny, like, at the time, I never really thought about the 3D aspect of the Virtual Boy. I just thought, like, oh, it's a virtual reality thing, but it really wasn't even trying to be virtual reality. It was just such a strange, like, Virtual Boy, if, like, the fact that there's a timeline in which Virtual Boy actually came to market is kind of bizarre. Virtual Boy should be, like, the kind of thing that Nintendo would, like, pull out, like, at a, you know, that's, the Virtual Boy's the kind of thing that should be at, like, the Nintendo Museum in Japan and be like, oh, did you know that in, like, 1994, we had this concept for a 3D, like, pseudo-virtual reality system? but we ended up not bringing it to market. But here it is. Here's a few seconds of what. Here's a few like grainy screenshots scanned off of like an internal document of what the games would have looked like. Would have had red and black graphics. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the fact that they decided to bundle that with Mario's Tennis, not Mario Tennis, Mario's Tennis. the fact that they decided to bundle it with a tennis game, and that the only Mario platformer type game to come out for it just happened to be, like, basically the arcade Mario Brothers to the foreground and background. But I was of, like, a generation that was like too young to remember or have any context for the fact that there was a game just called Mario Brothers. That was it was a platformer, but it was just a score attack platformer, not a like point A to point B adventure platformer like Super Mario Brothers. So I'm like, okay, what's this weird single screen Mario game, but you're not really going anywhere or completing courses, you just go through the same course over and over, defeating more enemies. I'm like, what is going on here? But yeah, the water is really good, and I guess I'm fortunate that I never really needed a support crew in chat to remind me not to continue drinking water. And Clackaboy in chat is saying, yeah, they're disappointed with that Mario game because they had a similar context to me. Now, at the same time, like, and I didn't put two and two together until years later, but I don't know, how long had it been later? It had been maybe a year or two later, which at the time was like a lifetime later. So, like, I played Mario Clash and Mario's Tennis at my friend's house in 95. 96 or so, there was a kid I knew who, kid on the playground. So even back then, before I was genre savvy to such things, I was skeptical of the story, but said that his brother or a cousin or some family member he visited had a version of Super Mario Brothers that on Atari, and it was terrible. And I thought he was making it up because the idea of Nintendo releasing games on non-Nintendo systems, which was the case with Nintendo of America in the early 80s pre-NES, I was not aware of it, and I was not aware of there being not Super Mario Brothers, but just a Mario Brothers arcade game that was effectively a spin-off of Donkey Kong. And I didn't really understand all that until Super Mario Advance came out, and they had a 4-player compatible version, link cable version of Mario Brothers as a secondary game, a way to show off the 4-player capabilities of the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, instant wake up, nice. And of course we missed, and I mean, considering the Clefairy is minimized, we are doing a lot. We are actually dealing a decent amount of damage. Jeez, like, this is so... I never saw that, like, where... Huh. Yeah, like... Yeah, that was interesting, the way the turn cycles were going. Of course, we keep missing, but the attack keeps going up. Are we in, like... Why is it letting them minimize more? Someone actually recently, but the point, I was getting into Virtual Boy, well, because of the, the Game Boy Night and its red and black graphics, but also talking about the Nintendo Switch Virtual Boy. I assumed that it was Switch 2 exclusive. I discovered by accident that it will be compatible with the original Switch, and I consider Nintendo, I'm not one of those, like, oh, Nintendo's greedy, like, I have I'm not in a headspace where I would consider any company selling luxury goods greedy for charging a lot for their stuff. Like, when companies sell luxury goods for more than what I could afford or want to pay, I don't wish I could have it. I just stop caring about it. So, like, Nintendo Switch, what they're offering right now is more than what I'm interested in paying. So I'm just not interested in it. It's not like I'm mad at Nintendo. How dare you? You're so greedy. Like, no, they haven't taken anything from me. They offered me something that I don't want, so I don't miss out by not getting something that I don't want. But one of the things that was kind of like had me, you know, thinking a bit about it, just a little, about someday getting it, was the prospect of the Switch 2 Virtual Boy. But it turns out it's just a Nintendo Switch Virtual Boy, and the Virtual Boy games are coming to the Nintendo Switch 1 as well, and both consoles can slot into the device. Now, I want to see if there's a way to, like, trick or rig the system to let you play the Virtual Boy games while docked, because I would like to play them, you know, on stream as well as, you know, on my own time, you know, using the Virtual Boy accessory. I'm just kind of disappointed that, yep, okay, Game Boy Night mode is over for now. Thank you, Kalakaboy, for redeeming your XLO tokens, but we're gonna go back to the DMG 001 model Game Boy. I'm not sure what the model number of the Game Boy Night is. It would be DMG something. I'm not sure what the variation would be for the Game Boy Night, but I'm doing what I can to make this interesting, because this battle is it's gotten very tedious, annoying. Lots of stall tactics, lots of slowly chipping away at my health. Their attack, Charmeleon's attack has risen so much, and when I finally land this in, it's going to be like massive overkill. Yay! Finally, they stopped being able to use minimize. But now that they're asleep, all right. Yeah, when they wake up, they're still in rage mode. I did not realize that waking up after falling asleep that they'd still be in rage mode. This is wild. Like, I'm really just sitting here jamming the A button. Like minimize is so broken. It's like a 100% miss ratio practically. It's like 95% miss ratio. And they're actually going to defeat me over this. And I have no ability to heal. Well, it looks like free EXP for someone other than myself. Yeah, because I guess the effects of rage continue on through sleep? I never, I guess, fell asleep while using rage in Gen 1 before. Please wake up. Yeah, what sucks is that I have no ability to... Okay. Please... Oh my gosh! Ugh. Please just knock him out. Just knock him out at this point. Stop using... Oh my goodness. And... Oh my goodness, this is so annoying. Yeah, please keep using minimum... Oh, okay, that's it. That end... Oh, wow. One... Alright, there we go. Finally. Alright. Now I'll send out Pikachu. You know, Clefairy, Pikachu, and Jigglypuff are often, like, used as kind of, like, this sort of, like power trio sort of thing in the early days of the Pokemon franchise. More in Japan, so, but it would sort of leak over into... American merchandise and imagery as well. I mean, the fact that in Pokemon Gold and Silver we had a Pikachu, Jigglypuff, and Clefairy all getting baby forms. Alright, finally. Oh my goodness. And yeah, and because they only have a couple of Pokemon, they're actually pretty high level. This is ridiculous. Oh, come on. Quick attack, this better hit. This. Oh my goodness! Oh man, this is such a pain in the butt. But at least this time I actually have the ability to... Okay. Alright, there we go. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I am, This sucks, okay? Jeez, like, I've had less trouble with certain gym leaders. I don't have... None of my Pokemon have agility, which is great. Okay. Yay! Finally, jeez. Alright. So let's... I hopefully use Payday some so we can get some extra money out of this fight to make up for all the revives I'm gonna have to use. Yeah, but I'm gonna take about 35 minutes. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to take a 5-minute break for every hour of gameplay and see if I could make my streams last a lot longer that way. Okay. There we go. H defeated Beauty. No Payday. It's over already. Oh god, that went on more than long enough, but we got 2,000. That's a pretty decent payout. I'm gonna revive Charmeleon and Pikachu. And we're going to use our Fresh Waters. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. And save. Yeah, so now I'm stuck. Now that I know that the Nintendo Switch Virtual Boy is not Switch 2 exclusive like I thought it was, I'm like... I'm like 51 to... It's like a total coin toss as to whether or not I want to save the money as far as expendable income. Like, I'm so... I mean, when am I going to have an... I don't want to buy an actual Virtual Boy. This is something that I could potentially rig up a way to stream it. And I'm just annoyed. I'm kind of surprised that they never came out. I'm sure a third party is going to come out with some kind of, like, you know, not saying Virtual Boy on it, but a Virtual Boy style controller. Because normally, like, with a lot of all the systems that Nintendo, except Game Boy, obviously, due to the nature of it, but all the systems that Nintendo's offered on Nintendo Switch Online, as, you know, their classic library, they've offered replica controllers, you know, the period accurate controllers for it. But this time around, they just made the Virtual Boy console, but no controller. There's got to be a third-party, like, Virtual Boy style controller that's going to come out, and I'm going to get it. And when I get a bigger apartment, and I don't want to have a typical nerd room or nerd shelf type thing, or a gamer room. Like, I'm not gonna have a bunch of Funko Pops and gaming memorabilia sitting on a shelf in the way that some YouTubers or streamers do it. But the Virtual Boy is uniquely, I guess, it works better as a decorative piece than most things of that nature, and I could actually use it. And Farron Boy is saying in chat that they assume the Virtual Boy console would be able to be played as a single eye render on a flat screen. According to Nintendo's description, the Virtual Boy accessory, whether it's the cardboard version or the proper desktop version. If I do get this, I am going to get the proper, like, desktop, like, replica version, and not like the sort of pre-made Labo type thing. It says that it's required. Now, that could mean that it only displays in, like, stereoscopic mode, or it could be that the game won't boot up unless it detects that it's inserted into the cardboard or, like, plastic, you know, Virtual Boy accessory. But one way or another, I'm gonna find a way, whether or not it... Like, I know Pete Dorr here on Twitch And I think he was doing this actually back in the Justin.tv days when he was actually a pioneer of streaming games on Twitch. He actually streamed Virtual Boy from actual hardware by inserting one of the smallest webcams you could get at the time and rigging it up inside the system in a way that he could still like look inside and play the games. And Clackboy saying some dorms would be a perfect decoration for my room. Yeah, I'm gonna have some kind of. I mean, I've commissioned so much art over the years. Like, some kind of prints or something like that might be something I look into. Because my current apartment is I've just got a bedroom, and I basically just got a bedroom and a bathroom. I don't have a kitchen or anything. I mean, I'm getting it. I have this room at a pittance, you know, maybe rightfully so, but it's got to get something bigger sometime this year. When that does happen, it may be the case that I end up not being able to stream for a little while. Hopefully I can get decent internet at a price I can afford, because the new apartment's definitely going to be more expensive. But I want to move on and realize some of my other dreams, and hopefully that will not come at the expense of my streaming. And if it does, I intend for that to be purely temporary. I also intend to start getting into virtual reality. The model I'm using, it's I have to hire someone to rig it up for use in virtual reality. I could have had the original artist who did this, but it was an extra like $500 or something, and I didn't. I knew they would have did a great job, but it's not something I was stretching it just getting the model as it is. So, and I had a unique opportunity to do that. Oh, you little brute! Yeah, these, yeah, they actually, beat me up pretty good. How much money do I have? Yeah, we're gonna get out our bike. We have some great balls. We're gonna have to go, this is gonna take a minute. But we're gonna have to go back to Celadon Department Store. Yeah, Justin TV is a name, it's a name I haven't heard in a long time. A long time. Yeah. But yeah, it has definitely been a while. And I don't have a Pokemon with Fly, and it's not a Pokemon that can learn Fly. I don't believe any of my Pokemon can learn Fly. And this is not... this account was from 2020. No, actually, no, 2018. No, actually, no, this account... I basically I made this account basically to watch Pete Dorr. And that would have been... I remember... Like, I was there a point in Justin.tv when you didn't even, like, need an account to, like, watch. Because I remember participating in chat. And then when it was on Twitch, which I didn't even realize that Twitch was what Justin TV, like, turned into. The account that East Gilliam was on was transferred over from Justin.tv. Maybe that happened to me, or maybe I used one of my, maybe my Justin.tv account was under, like, GGuru1, which was my main screen name I used to use before Super Train Station H. Possibly. But yeah, I need to go ahead and get into, a VR chat, especially in some of the communities that I may or may not appeal to. And I know, like, I watched... when I was over at my uncle's, and somehow we ended up watching Ready Player One together. And he's like, how close are we to, like, that technology? And I'm like, we're basically, like, 90% of the way there in certain ways. And I went on Twitch and just showed him VTubers, and the first person who popped up was Harbus, who was live at that time, if anyone's familiar with Harbus. And that's how I discovered, like, oh, it's the guy who used to draw people getting turned into foxes on Twitch. He's a VTuber now, because his character is very distinctive. And we're going to buy a whole bunch of fresh waters, because that's our... And unfortunately, because it's a vending machine, you cannot buy in bulk as you would with the other stores. This is like actually emulates a vending machine. You hear the machine running and everything. Yeah, and I didn't realize at the time there's like a very strong, I guess, sort of culture and, well, I guess a strong, I guess you could say, vending machine culture in Japan, where there's a lot of fairly complex food and drink options and other shopping options for non-food and snack things that you can get from vending machines in ways you really don't see in the US. I've seen machines that'll make you like an instant bowl of noodle soup and other things of that nature. And we're going to, let's see how many waters we have. Oh wait, I guess I didn't mean to... So we're going to open up the menu, see how many waters we have. We have 17 waters, 6. We're going to buy 13. We're going to buy 7 soda pops. Actually, I'm looking at our money. We might buy 3 soda pops, 1 lemonade, which is one of like the best healing items in the game. It's just a pain in the butt coming to the rooftop square of Celadon Department Store. Oh, okay. All right. We've got Kalaka Boy redeeming a Sodor lore reading. So we're going to switch over to our Sodor lore reading. Where's the button? There's the button. Yeah, we're going to read a little bit about Krasny Kurin for, we'll play it by ear. We'll just read this little section. And yes, this is actual official lore from the world of Thomas the Tank Engine, just to contextualize this. The Ford of Mountain Ash, so Krasny Kurin in the Sudric language of the language of the island of Sodor, means the Ford of Mountain Ash. Some 30 chains beyond the bridge, the line climbs sharply before leveling out for the last mile to Krasny Kurin. This stretch needs to be negotiated carefully as the track bed has an element of instability which the most careful ballasting has so far failed to correct. It is here that the unwary Duncan came to grief soon after his arrival at Croven's Gate. The village stands astride the Ballyhoo Glennock Road and east of an ancient ford still marked by rowan trees. It was regularly used by the mining company's pack horse trains until about 1806, when it was bypassed with a bridge and diverted to suit the road to suit. When, in 1820, the chain of inclines up the valley to Ward Fell replaced the pack horses, Krasny Kurin's importance as a transport center grew, but came to a sudden end with the adoption of steam haulage in 1865. Horses and horse keepers departed, sidings were lifted, stables and wagon sheds were abandoned, and a small unstaffed station with a siding was henceforth enough for local needs. The siding had been so little used during the lean years that the picture of the station drawn in 1953 in Four Little Engines, page 25, does not show it at all, as it had become grass-grown and invisible. The siding was cleared and reinstated soon afterwards as a parking place for Mr. Ivo Hughes' petrol-driven trolley, the first of several. He is currently using Mark V. In 1970, the siding was relaid and extended to make an extra passing loop for use at busy times. Ivo Hugh built the trolley for himself in the railway's workshop. He uses it to patrol the line and travels on it to and from Croven's Gate every day. It is commonly known as Ivo's Flying Bedstead. He lives at Krasny Kurin in a comfortable cottage near the station. And so that's what we'll read from now. And here we have the track diagram of the old Sodor and mainland and the Skarloey railways. So you see that not only is the history intricately detailed by the creator of the series, Reverend Audrey, we also have all the tracks here, as they would have been visible to Wait a second. I thought... I want to test something. Huh. I want to show... View... Single page, some pages contiguous. Okay, well... We, as we can see here, we've got all the tracks laid out. You have the manager's house. And these tracks here. But, yeah, that'll do it for our Sodor lore reading for now. And we'll get back into Pokemon Red for another 20 minutes. Let me just drop the... Excuse me, I had to remove the analog pocket from the dock because the original Pokemon does not have a pause feature. Yeah, it does not have a pause feature that allows you to stop the music. And one thing I know I just find really fascinating is just even by 1999 or late 98 when this game came out in North America, the fact that in the department store on the electronics department there's a Super NES. And, oh, it's a sports game. Dad'll like that, implying that Red has a dad. But it's a SNES, and a fighting game looks tough. And this one's a puzzle game, looks addictive. And then one of them, an RPG. There's no time for that. No, I think it's actually at the Copycat's house where it says, oh, it's a game with Mario with a bucket on his head, which sounded like just a silly made-up game that they were mentioning, but it turned out to be a Japan-only Game Freak game, Mario and Wario, that was mouse-controlled. Wario and Wario being arguably the last... Actually, no, we have to go back in and get revives. We have to get a couple of revives. Yeah, not in the reception desk on the first floor. Here. And I believe it's the left trainer that sells the healing items. We're gonna buy... Yeah, we're gonna buy 5 of these bad boys. And we'll have not much money left, but we're definitely stocked up to the point where we won't have to come back in order to complete the rest of the path to Fuchsia City. So we're gonna get out our bike. Actually, no. One thing we do need to do, and you might as well do it here, where the Pokemon Center is is directly in the way. Is we'll heal up our Pokemon, heal up their power points. I forgot if any of them had lingering status ailments from those last couple of battles. But I know we're definitely going to save a lot of money now that we have the Poke Flute, because the Poke Flute, yeah, for plot progression reasons, like to complete the main quest, you do need it to wake up the Snorlax that are sleeping at a couple of key choke points in the world map. But hold on, so we need to... Oh yeah, the bike's up here. Yeah, a couple of key choke points on the map. But in addition to that, we've got the ability to use the Poke Flute in battle in place of... Yeah, the option to use the Poke Flute in battle in place of the... what's it called? The Awakenings, which are your status cure expendable item for waking up Pokemon that are put to sleep. But the Poke Flute does the same job, and it doesn't wear out. You can use it forever. So it's in any Pokemon game where you... Actually, I think in Pokemon Gold and Silver it's replaced with a radio station that serves a similar role. So I'm not sure if an infinitely reusable Awakening heal item is in the game, but to offset that, Pokemon Gold and Silver does have the ability to grow berries that, if you equip them to Pokemon, that's one of the many innovations we'll see in Pokemon Gold and Silver. And in one hand, I'm like eager to play Pokemon Gold and Silver, but it's like, this is the third, I've been playing this game for 3 years. But I've been playing it well over 1 calendar year. And this is the 3rd calendar year in which I've been working on beating this. Because I started this in September 2024, and it is now 2026, and I'm still working on the same game. And it's not exactly like an audio-visual extravaganza, but I'm very excited for getting through the rest of this and what I'll be playing next. So in about 15 minutes... Wow, your badges are so cool! Yeah, nice to actually, like, acknowledge that, you know, I must be a very talented trainer. Uh-oh, only 2 Pokemon. I'm scared. Are they gonna be, like... Yeah, they're gonna be, like, pretty high level. We're gonna immediately just, resort to our type advantage here. Bring out Pikachu. Doggone. Okay. Well, at least we get to demonstrate the... What is it? The Poke Flute. Yep, there we go. Yeah, so it takes a few more frames than... And we're not speedrunning here, but it takes a few more frames than using an Awakening, but you don't have to keep buying them, so I think it balances out. Now, let's see how much damage Thundershock does. We're both level 30. Alright, that's a decent amount of damage. Doggone, again? Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna have to whip this thing out again. Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny, like, in terms of... Oh, do you know any... Okay, you are a pain in the butt. I could do this all day. I don't want to, but I can. Like, in terms of, like, I guess, cultural tropes, like, especially in, like, folklore and, like, fairy tales, you'd think, like, a magic flute would be more the type of thing that, let's see. I'm gonna use Thunder Wave. Yeah, take that. I just don't want you to... Yes, okay, good. Don't put me asleep again. Yeah, so all these little Girl Scout trainers, they're not all... Just because they're one of the common trainer types you find in the beginning of the game doesn't mean they're always going to have, like, underleveled Pokemon. Yeah, the junior trainer, male and female, the Japanese characters were literally just called Boy Scout and Girl Scout, and you can tell from their uniforms, oh yeah, like, these are, like, reminiscent of scouting uniforms, especially, in particular, probably 1990s Japanese children's scouting uniforms. You know, I was always just... Maybe it's because I was in the city, and maybe because I have a bit of a disability background, but I was always just interested in scouting from the aspect of just being, I guess, conscious of all of the different systems that are in place that make normal life possible. And just even being familiar with the knowledge of how to be able to function at any level without those systems, whether they're systems of, like, support or, you know, just economically, you know, just being able to, okay, here's how you can keep food from spoiling without electricity and a refrigerator. Just little things like that. I was very, like, interested in. And maybe also because I did, you know, especially in my earlier childhood, you know, did grow up in New York City, where I was exposed to a lot more greenery than some might imagine, but, you know, the idea of, like, actually living out in a unsettled, you know, untamed area, you know. My cute Pokemon wish to make your acquaintance. They also wish to make your cute Pokemon faint. You've got to leave out that part. Junior trainer female wants to battle. She sent out a Pidgey. Go Charmeleon. Yeah, lots of, yeah, just decrease their accuracy just a little tiny bit. We'll, yeah, we'll just use Ember again. And knockout. Junior trainer's about to use Meowth. Nah, we'll keep leveling up Charmeleon. But we'll... Should I? No, we're gonna use... We're gonna use Leer. Oh, it failed? Okay. I don't think that was a Gen 1. It failed, huh? I don't remember that... Okay. Yes, their defense fell. And I'm glad I remembered that, because I forgot whether Leer... I know Growl's attack, Leer defense... Just... Okay. Now we're going to use... Really? Why do I have such bad... This isn't like before where that Clefairy had used Minimize, which gives you like a 90% like chance of missing, or however ridiculously overpowered that attack works. Okay. And yeah, doggone. Okay. I'm done. Rage kind of sucks. I'm not having. Yeah, I'm getting. Yeah, I'm not. I remember Rage being a lot more useful when I was a little kid as a Pokemon attack. I didn't rage at people in real life. I wasn't that kind of kid. Jip. There we go. There we go. Let's get quick, easy revenge. And, you know, Pikachu are especially known for their ability to beat the crap out of Meowths. Yay! Okay, they leveled up, level 31. Yeah, we've got a... We're not... With all the attacks that they'd miss out on, yeah, we're gonna hang on to our type advantage here. Nice. Okay, this is perfect because I have the opportunity to very easily... Oh, you don't have a traditional type advantage? Well, that's okay because I have like 2 hit points left and I'm feeling good about this. Okay. Now... yeah, we'll use Cut. If this does not take them out, I need to go buy a lotto ticket. And I'm not big into lottery and gambling. Okay. About to use Pidgeotto? Yes, let's send out Jigglypuff. Now... we'll use Sing. Quick Attack 9. It takes like a deliberate, elaborate setup to make Quick Attack not work. There we go. And so they fell asleep, and now we can start using Pound. Hey, that's a decent amount of sleep. Yeah, no, we really are going to be evolving Jigglypuff and Pikachu pretty late into the game, because you just miss out on the opportunity to learn so many important moves if you evolve them too early. There we go. I figured I could power through that, and I did. Wow, you totally won. Yes, I totally did. We got extra 324 for our trouble, and we'll let's see how close to a full heal. Yeah, we could have used a single soda pop, but... and we'll... let's see, revive Charmeleon, and give him a fresh water. There we go. Yeah, fresh water, at this point, even just the regular fresh water is kind of OP as a healing item. And just save out of habit, but we'll dismount from the bike at this point, because this music's pretty epic. Very memorable. Like, this is, like, going through this part is one of those moments in the game. Look to the left of that post. Trainer tips, look to the left of that post. I always go with bird Pokemon. Yeah, so yeah, Pikachu's level 31. We're trying to raise our team in a fairly even manner. I had a bit of a scratch my ear a little bit, but yeah. So I'm done with Rage. And unfortunately, I would replace Rage with Fly, which is actually very useful to me at this point. But yeah, this is before they realized, oh wait, Charizard. Oh wait, well I couldn't at this point because Charizard is Charmeleon doesn't have wings, but Charizard does have wings, and they did not add the ability for Charizard to learn Fly until Pokemon Yellow, which I rented it once, but I never owned it. No. Charmeleon's accuracy fell. Okay. And you know, and I charged up my 3DS, my Pikachu new Nintendo 3DS. Well, it's a new Nintendo 3DS with Pikachu faceplates. And I'm just really like holding that device. I feel what I would call Nintendo magic, that like sort of toy maker spirit combined with their tech savvy, that I felt it a little with this. I don't feel it with the Switch, and I've enjoyed the Switch, but I don't feel it with the Switch 2. But like that, like maybe it's something that left the company when Mr. Iwata wasn't around anymore, but I'm just glad that in the 3DS era, I was like consciously aware that I'm one way or another, and this is before the rumors of the Switch and all that, I'm like one way or another, this might be the last true traditional Nintendo handheld system, and this is something special. I was consciously aware that I was sort of living through a golden age, you know, bringing my 3DS everywhere I went, looking at my Street Pass hits and everything. The only place I bring my Nintendo 3DS, I charge it up and I bring it with me to conventions. You know, you still get a lot of... It's so weird thinking that the 3DS is pretty... If you think of what was considered retro at the time Nintendo 3DS came out, by the standards of 2026, yeah, the Nintendo 3DS is absolutely retro. And it's not even like it's just without a doubt. And yay, we finally got to level 31. Without to use Spearow. Let's switch out to... let's have Nidorino get a little EXP. I raised a Fearow once. And, you know, Spearow was one of those Pokemon, like, back when this game was out, that was not very popular, Spearow and Fearow, because they were just sort of treated as, like, an evil version of the Pidgey line. Because of, like, the Pokemon... how a Pokemon is depicted the first time they appear in the anime had a very strong bearing on the perception of... So if, like, a bunch of Spearow attacked Ash, therefore Spearow kind of got pigeonholed as an evil Pokemon. Or because, like, Coughing and Ekans, because they were Jesse and James of Team Rocket's Pokemon, they kind of got pigeonholed as evil Pokemon. And especially, I mean, well, Coughing, yeah, it's a poison type. And then with Ekans and Arbok, yeah, they're snakes, so there's already certain, like, cultural... Snakes have their cultural shorthand for certain tropes and elements or ideas of what different animals mean to us as people. So, okay. Alright, so, yeah, okay, now we're doing good now. Now that we're not, like, level 30... a level 30 team versus level 30 Pokemon. You know, we're not, like, the battles aren't taking, like, 10 minutes each and having to use a bunch of healing items and the like. But in a couple of minutes, out of power, got 650 for winning. Alright. So... oh! Wow. Now that's a strong item. That's a really great item to have. That'll permanently raise the HP of a certain Pokemon by 1. Trainer tips. Look to the left of that post. Yeah, out of context, it makes it look like I'm like talking about a forum post or something. But alright, so we're gonna swap out. Let's see, we've got Charmeleon. We're gonna swap you out for. Let's put Gyarados up front. Let's put all the Pokemon we're still trying to. So 4 out of our 6 are already at level 31. And yeah, I saved the game twice because that's just what I do. That's just what you do. It shows that it shows you love your Pokemon when you save the game twice. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, they actually had like an in-game achievement system, and I think there was a specific achievement for saving the game a lot. Let's see, if we use Beedrill to cut. Actually, let's no, we'll use a Soda Pop for Nidorino. That should get him to 100%. Oh yeah, just nearly. Okay, good. Alright. So, we got 9 revives. Okay, so we're all set up. We're gonna try to catch a couple more Pokemon. We need. And once we get those couple more Pokemon. Yeah. But now's about a good. We're gonna quit out of the game for now, just because I don't want my my timer to go too high, because I've been playing for an hour now. So I'm going to run some ads. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna run some ads, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. And hopefully doing a number of shorter breaks for every hour of gameplay lets me do a longer stream overall, and we could forge a path to covering all the games I can't wait to cover. So I'll see you in a few minutes. I'll run the ads now so they don't interrupt gameplay, and thanks for watching.
Journey's just begun. Pokemon, more the better. Pokemon, Team Rocket's on the run. Pokemon, we're friends forever. You've got the power right in your hands. They'll evolve before your eyes. A world of magic at your command. You can be a master if you try. Pokemon, well, the journey's just begun. Pokemon, more the better. Pokemon, Team Rocket's on the run. Pokemon, we're friends forever. You've got the power right in your hands. They'll evolve before your eyes. A world of magic at your command. You can be a master
Hey, I'm back. I'm just setting my timer. There we go. And we'll get straight back into the gameplay. So hopefully, long term, this will let me do a much longer stream overall. Because normally what I do is I do like I'd shoot for 4 hours and take like a 10-minute break after 2 hours. But I'd end up like being like seriously exhausted 3 hours in. So I'm like, alright, let me take shorter breaks more often maybe? Because I noticed a lot of, I forgot whether or not I have this guy or not. And you don't have, like in Pokemon Gold, where you have the ability to instantly see on the interface whether or not you have one of these. Alright. Dragon Ranger's disabled. Well, good, we won't be needing it. Yeah, we'll bring out Jigglypuff, put him to sleep. I believe I caught one of these guys already. Oh, doggone. Alright. Oh yeah, well I know status inducing attacks too, you punk. There we go. And okay. So we need the Great Ball. Yeah, we've got 8 of these. Please work. Nice. Okay, now let's see if we actually needed that. Come on, come on. Doggone, we already caught one. Alright. Well, we definitely won't make that mistake again. Oh yeah, we do need to heal. Alright, Jigglypuff. Yeah, so we got poisoned, and we caught a Pokemon that we already have in our collection. Alright. You know, let's actually... I don't think I've ever just gone through the Pokemon. So we have Charmander, Charmeleon, Kakuna, Weedle, Beedrill, Pidgey, Rattata, Fearow, Ekans, Pikachu, Nidoran, Nidorino, Jigglypuff, Zubat, Oddish we have. We don't have Gloom or Vileplume. We have Venonat. Okay, we don't have Venomoth. We need to evolve that, our Venonat at some point. Abra and Kadabra we don't have. Okay. Ponyta. Alright. Yeah, we'll go for one more encounter, and if it's not something we need, we could just move on. Yeah, we definitely do not need this. Yeah, if Dragon Rage had more PP, I'd use one on it just for the heck of it, but we do not need the EXP that bad. Okay. Okay, so I believe Beedrill's the one we'll cut? Yes, it is. Okay. Now, let's see what you have to offer. The wind's blowing my way. What's behind you? You look like this sort of... Like, the way that path is, if there's a dead end, and you saved behind there, would it just soft lock your game and you'd be just... It would be game over? If you saved and restarted, specifically. Okay. We still don't have something to replace Splash there. Alright, Dragon Rage. Seems a tad overkill, but we're saving. I mean, we're about to use Pidgey. No. Alright, so now at about 55 minutes, we're gonna do another 5-minute break. But when we come back, we're gonna do a retro gaming magazine, which, if I don't rush through it, should probably take about an hour, and we'll come back and do another hour of Pokemon. It'll be great. But one thing I'm gonna be doing, it'll be on the 31st, the last day of the year, last day of the month. happens to be the last Saturday of the month, which is my normal streaming day. I am doing a special stream Tuesday just to try it out. It will be it'll be no more than 2 hours long. But yeah, 5 EST Tuesday, I'll give it a shot, see how it goes. But it won't be a regular thing. If I come back, it'll probably be on if I do weekday streams quasi-regularly, it'll probably be on a different day. But I'm very interested in terms of finding more opportunities to stream and to stream longer when I can. And also not to be afraid of doing shorter streams. Because it's like, why, if I have the time and interest to stream on a certain day, and I don't, I mean, I've already streamlined a lot of things out of my production process, my prep process, little things that I would do that other streamers don't do, that basically were taking up a notable amount of time, but were not getting me any additional views. And I'm like, okay, this isn't getting me more views, why am I spending time on this? I would stream, at one point I would stream Wednesdays. At some points it would be every other Wednesday, but I have other things I'm doing on Wednesdays nowadays. If I start streaming on weekdays, it would probably be maybe every other Monday or every other Thursday. And it would be like a strictly capped 2 hour and 5 minute stream. Like if I start at 5, it would be like an hour, a 5-minute break, another hour, and then so I'd be ending at like 10 after 7 or something like that. And I'm just like, because I don't know, I'm not getting a lot of traction just doing these once per week Saturday streams. You need to use TMs to teach good moves to Pokemon. Let's see what you have to say, aside from that. So, and the thing is, I'm not trying to be, I don't want to become a professional streamer. I would like to expand a little bit, and this coincidental to that, there are lots of things I want to do with the content I present that I have not gotten to do yet, or do in the ways that I'd like to yet. So I might as well go for those both at the same time. Like even like Pokemon, like I could have covered this game in a way close to what I want as far back as when I first got my Analog Mega SP. No, I just confused the Game Boy Advance SP, the Analog Mega SG, and the Analog Pocket, and made like the Analog Mega SP. That is not a system. When I got my Analog Pocket back in, was it 2022 already? Wow. Yeah, it's definitely been quite a while since I've had this. And having a kid, well, no, it will not change Pokemon. Hey, it's Doduo. I love this. I love this little guy. I never raised one though. This is one of the Pokemon where I definitely like the early. I prefer this to its evolved form, Dodrio. I believe Doduo is something we can catch in this Safari Zone. Now. Hey, cool. Now. So we'll, yeah, Dragon Rage to soften him up, and then we finish off with Bite. Bad to use Pidgeotto. Yeah, we're already, let's see if we can, yeah, actually we don't need to use Dragon Rage all the time. Okay. We're already down to like 50% of our power points on Gust, on Bite though, so. Yeah, if we had used Bite, we would have definitely knocked them out that turn, so. We lost a turn, but we're saving on other resources, and of course, the attack misses, so Pidgeotto gets another turn against us. Oh, please survive. Okay, if you get knocked... Oh, come on. Stop missing. This is ridiculous. You only got Sand Attack like once, I think. There we go. biscuits. Gyarados grew to level 31. Nice. Not good enough. Yeah, that's right. Okay. You have some HMs, right? Pokemon can't ever forget those moves. Yeah, because they're world navigation moves. They want to protect you from soft blocking yourself. There's a YouTube channel that all it does is like create scenarios where you have an unwinnable save file. No, okay. I don't know. I feel like I want to heal him up just in case I need him, like, for some kind of, like, I guess what you might call an emergency. My bird Pokemon should be ready for battle. Yeah, let's do it. I thought there's no way that the other bird keeper was up high. I just remember this. This is one of those going through this, like, fenced-in area here with these, like, sort of this maze of these, like, fence posts. Is one of those sections of the game where I very specifically remember, like, holding the Game Boy and being in my the living room with the sunlight coming in through the window. Oh, I use... Okay, yeah, we'll use rest and plan to wake up sooner than Pidgey. Okay, they woke up. We're still asleep. And we're gonna use the... Where's the Pokefruit? Okay, it's up here with my healing items. Yeah, I'm still kind of spoiled by the... in Pokemon Gold and Silver, one of the improvements is that instead of just an item list, you actually have a backpack, and different pockets are for different things. So you have a pocket for your HMs and TMs for teaching moves to Pokemon. You have a pocket for your healing items. You have one for your key items, one for your general items. It's very, yeah, we're gonna use Defense Curl. And now we'll start doing physical attacks. Yeah, quick attack, which, unless it's an exceptional case in which you have to have very specific things set up, like certain hold items. So we're talking about later Pokemon games. You have to have, it's extraordinary that quick attack does not hit first. No, we will not. We will use Defense Curl again. And go on the offensive. Yeah, during my break, I finally untangled my headphones. I was very awkwardly wearing my headphones because, like I said, I'm using like some old iPod 3mm headphones that are very, very, like, I guess, like, very worn down. They work fine. The audio sounds great, but and they plug into my desktop microphone, which is why I like them a lot. And my microphone has a little volume dial, which I love. But okay, so we're going to Defense Curl and then go on the defensive. Yeah, we definitely would be, like, in needing to potentially heal by now if I had not been upping my defense the way that I have. Now, there we go. Nice. Okay. And Pidgey fainted. Okay. We're about to use Furo. Do I want to? No, I do not. Let's actually just keep on going as we have been. Okay, there we go. Now, if we... Let's actually try to put them to sleep real quick. Let's see how that goes. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Now we can beat up on them while they sleep. All's fair in love and Pokemon. Except for the rare candy glitch in fighting your friends, you know, through a link cable battle when you've, like, pumped up your Pokemon with the rare candy replication glitch. It's a little sus, but, well, not sus, like, questionable. Not ready yet. Yeah, that's right. Alright. So we've got a newly level 31 Jigglypuff. We'll swap you out with Beedrill. And if these are all going to be a bunch of bird tamers, we're going to have a potentially harder time using a Beedrill to battle them. Yeah, there's the one What are you looking at? Alright, so it's a biker. So I think they use poison and electric, like poison types, I think, is what the bikers use. We'll see. Biker wants to fight. Biker sent out coughing. You know, not that I'll be getting one anytime soon, but I have been, from a distance, eyeing motorcycles. But I'd want, like, a modest motorcycle. Like, the motorcycle I would get would probably be, like, the most basic, like, highway legal motorcycle. Because there are certain motorcycles that are street legal, but you can't take them out on the highway. And, yeah, let's see. So let's... Yeah, I have really cool ideas for what I'd like to do, but it would be a modest bike, and but I don't even have a place to keep a motorcycle. I don't have a garage or anything like that, so. There we go. Yay! Okay, we got him. We got him. That was easy. Yeah, so it's nice that we brought Beedrill out to be our main fighter at the same time, just happened to encounter a because bugs, you know, the logic being that, like, oh, bugs are eaten by birds in the wild, so flying types have an advantage against bug types. Boy saying that imagine me giving my motorcycle a train looking overlay. Nah, it would be on brand for me. That's for sure. But nah, I actually like the bicycle. I mean, the motorcycle that made me start thinking about bicycles. I just saw it out on the road once. I believe it was some kind of Harley. It wasn't a vintage one. It was a modern Harley, and I can't even find what model it was. But it was a motorcycle where I looked at it. And something like the way I guess it was structured, I could very specifically see this is a bicycle made of heavy steel with an internal combustion engine bolted to it. And yes, that is like the defining characteristics of a motorcycle, but like what motorcycle started out as was literally a little engine attached to a bicycle. But modern motorcycles are something very, like, psychologically and visually are very distinct from a bicycle. Whereas something like a modern e-bike, a bicycle with an electric motor, it's an e-bike. It is not a motorcycle, even though it literally is a bicycle with an electric motor. But this one motorcycle I saw, and it was something that was very clearly, like, highway capable, you know, motorcycle. I wouldn't go cross country on it or anything, but I'm like, I looked at it and I could, like, sort of, it's like when you see, like, something like a cassowary, and you can see, like, yeah, I could very specifically see how this descended from dinosaurs. I saw this bike, this motorcycle, and I'm like, that is very specifically a bicycle with an engine on it. in a way that a lot of modern motorcycles, even like Harleys, are not. And I sort of enjoy, I guess, I appreciate sort of the quintessential forms of things to a certain extent. Like, I like trains, so I love, you know, steam locomotives, which are the earliest form of trains. You know, like of mechanized powered trains that aren't pulled by an animal like a horse or something like that, or just powered by gravity. And I just like going. Something about it was very appealing to me, and that's when I started really thinking about. I wonder, like, could I? Like, I'm just thinking about it. You know, I need a bigger apartment first. My car turns 10 years old. I plan for it to be a 20-year-old car, but I need to be in a position where if I had to, replace my car, you know, I could do so, you know, without, you know, a big, you know, my life's, love it or hate it, my lifestyle does depend on having a car. So, hey, we missed, they missed, we all came out even. We're gonna have to heal at this point. Trying to hold out. Yeah, right. Definitely use the right item. Okay, we don't. Yeah, I don't want to. You know what? We're gonna switch. All our other attacks are. We're gonna. Let's see. What attacks does he? Was Nidorino? I haven't battled with them much. Okay, Horn attack. Okay, I believe Horn attack is not poison. Okay, switch. Okay, there we go. I went straight into stats a second time. And, okay, it's good. It's a normal. I thought it was a normal type. Yeah, you can't go in and look into later Pokemon games. You could get detailed information on your moves to remind you and everything. It basically had its own built-in player's guide compared to what we're dealing with here. So they use Smog against us, and it's not very effective because Nidorino is also a poison type. And yeah, Beedrill got to level 31. Okay, cool. Dang, stripped gears. Okay. But yeah, I forgot that. Get lost. Yeah, you punky little boy. Alright. Alright, so only Nidorino is not at level 31 at this point. And I believe you have to make Pokemon fight to toughen them up. You sound like a bad parent, a bad parent potentially, but it's true in the context of the game, of course. Yeah, don't apply that to child rearing. That's not gonna. You're gonna get bad results. I guarantee it. Okay, that's the little field where he caught a Venonat that we didn't need. And we're not trying to build a living Pokedex. A living Pokedex is when you have one of each type of Pokemon, actually in your box. You don't just have... coming up soon, TMs are on sale in Celadon, but only a few people have HMs. Are you going to be a Poke nerd? What type of trainer are you? Oh, it's a bird keeper, okay. Yeah, only a few people have HMs, so I don't know how most people even manage to survive getting around the world. Yeah, we'll use Leer, drop their defense. And they follow up with poison attack, or a quick attack. See if we can get some more significant damage. Oh, critical hit. It was only a single hit. Horn attack can hit multiple times sometimes. Okay. I believe. Or am I confusing that with Pin Missile? Any, all these moves with little sharp bits. I forget the details about him sometimes. And we're all at level 31 now, which means I could bring out Pikachu. And Thundershock. There we go. It's super effective. They use Mirror Move, and it's not going to be that effective against us because we're also Electric type. I forgot Mirror Move was the thing. It's super effective, and they're knocked out. We win. Aw, bummer. Do you have more advice about HMs? Teach Pokemon moves of the same element type for more power. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I was not expecting that. Have you taught your bird Pokemon how to fly? No, I have not. I'm not raising any Pokemon that are capable of learning fly. Yeah, go Nidorino. And yeah, let's make this quick and just send out Pikachu to take care of this. Okay, I used Mirror Move. We didn't use a move, so that did not work out very well for them. Let's use Flash. Try to reduce their accuracy so they're less likely to be able to hit us, but they use Leer to drop our defense, so let's start attacking. Super effective, of course. And we'll use Quick Attack, get this done quick, before they get a chance to chip any more HP off of us. Let's use Doduo. No, we'll stick with Pikachu for this. We'll drop their accuracy. Hey there, Azurest. Yeah, thanks for the compliment on my tactics here. We're making our way. We're gonna take another 5-minute break in about a half hour, but we're making our way through the game at a healthy rate. And we're almost to Fuchsia City, which is our next town will be on our itinerary through the Kanto region of the Pokemon world. Of course, at the time, we just knew it as the Pokemon world. The idea of there being different regions, and especially the idea of this being like the sort of greater region surrounding Tokyo, with Saffron City being a sub-in for Tokyo, was kind of lost on me as a kid, and most American players. Probably more... Though I did take note of, like, oh, Johto definitely seems like more... Johto seems more... I guess because it has a lot of more historical relevance. Like, when I saw screenshots and, like, it played through the Johto region, I'm like, this feels more like Japan. Or my perception of Japan. And I remember in like 95, really through 98, like in 95, 96 especially, like there was a series of highlights things that about specific countries, and I was really interested in Japan specifically. Not even because video games, you know, I wasn't really that aware that Route 14 west of Fuchsia City. I wasn't that aware that like Sega and Nintendo were from Japan. I was just, you know, happened to be interested. Oh, okay, and Razorest is saying that Sodor lore reading took them away. They just got back from the UK. Okay, that's interesting. I only went there once in like 2015. But Kalakaboy in chat is saying, did I hear that the timeline is changing at the Star Wars themed land at Disneyland starting April 29th? Rey and Kylo Ren will be relegated to certain area, and characters like Luke, Leia, Han Solo from the original trilogy will be brought to interact with guests. Oh wow, like, so they're actually going to make their Star Wars theme park based around the parts of Star Wars that are actually popular. That's such a revolutionary idea that I'm kind of alarmed that, like, I'm kind of surprised that that was actually allowed to take place. Now, let's, yeah, we're gonna have to heal up a bit. We've got a biker there. Yeah, we got a... Yeah, look at... Yeah, our guys have been taking quite a bit of a beating. Alright, and... Nidorino gets some. And everyone else is kind of like not beat up enough that I don't feel like I'm not just wasting these fresh waters. There we go. We ride out here because there's more room. Yeah, there's a route that's restricted only to bikes and motorcycles. That we'll encounter that after we beat Fuchsia City, I think. Go Nidorino. Now. Yeah, so... Yeah, we're gonna use Horn Attack. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna stay the course with this. Going to use Poison Focus Energy. Yeah, we're actually gonna drop their defense a bit, and hopefully this next attack will be the one to knock them out. We'll see. And Azrael is saying, when will they see a Black Princess Leia, we know that they're pandering for dollars. Well, like, if they're going to introduce more non-white human characters into Star Wars, like, me personally, I would be more interested in, like, original characters rather than, like, a black version of an existing character who we know already looks a certain way. You know, but that's just me. I mean, the fact that they had basically, when they decided that they wanted to retheme Splash Mountain, and that they basically only had one IP that they could try to squeeze into there with black leads in their animated canon, I kind of says a lot. No, and I, like I'm saying, like, I feel like Princess and the Frog deserved a major attraction, but Louisiana is. I've never been to Louisiana, but I don't know of it being famous for its mountainous topography. So, and then there's just the whole idea that they rethemed Splash Mountain on the basis of what seemed to me to be mostly white people who were offended about a ride based on that, like, there was no... The theming of Splash Mountain as it existed since, I think, rather... Okay, yeah, that's... Since rather early on, was themed very specifically around the animated black folklore sections of Song of the South, and wasn't based on the live action parts that deal with a lot of, like, real life stuff. You know, and, you know, is this being depicted in a condescending or, you know, sort of trivialized, you know, polished version of history to suit a narrative that doesn't reflect actual reality at the expense of, you know, the stories of people suffering being erased. And Disney, like, painted themselves, like, the damage done by Disney's version of Song of the South, I personally feel like the fact that they created a situation in which people are offended by Black American folklore characters, even disconnected of the problematic elements of Disney's adaptation of a white man's recording of the folklore of the enslaved, is so, like, it's interesting. Well, we don't have any more damage-dealing moves that... Like, if Disney really wanted to make amends over Song of the South, they could have got a bunch of black historians and black animators and did animated adaptations, you know, just little 5-10 minute, you know, something shorts based on the Brer Rabbit mythology of folklore, and release that theatrically or whatever, and put all the proceeds to, like, you know, Black History Preservation Societies or something like that. But no, that would require effort and creativity, and why do that when we have an existing... You can just retheme the ride based on our only animated property with black leads, in which they spend 80% of the movie, like, not even as human beings, and pat ourselves in the back and get a bunch of props for it. Yeah, but Disney is very... I feel like vintage, like, Disney got the reputation they had because they did exceptional things. So Disney gained a reputation of being exceptional because they did exceptional things. And I feel like modern Disney has it in their head that Disney is exceptional because they're Disney, which is a very different thing. And a lot of their short-term, a lot of the moves they're making are very short-sighted and are not going to benefit them in terms of their long-term corporate health and cultural relevance. And as much as part of me would hate to think of a world where Disney gets split up or no longer is culturally relevant, I think the fact that I even feel that way speaks to the level at which they've imprinted on me the idea that Disney existing therefore must be, in the form in which it exists today, therefore must be an inherently good thing. I forgot how, yeah, like modern Farfetch'd, like the modern artwork of this Pokemon Farfetch'd does not have a broad bill like that. And Clagaboy saying that the better Disney film with black representation is Pixar's Soul. I've never seen Soul. The last Pixar movie I've seen is Finding Dory. But I do know that Soul is another one of those movies I've heard where it's like, oh, you have a black lead, and they get turned into some kind of creature, some kind of thing. And okay, look at me, all right? All right. I understand that, oh, excuse me. Where's my, I mean, where is, come on, wake up. Okay, fine, that doesn't want to work. That doesn't want to work, fine, we'll go back to the game. I thought I had my button ready. I could just go on webcam at any moment, like without warning. I could just press it and just go on webcam if I wanted to. And apparently I didn't have it rigged up. I forgot to set it up because I haven't used it in so long. But yeah, hey there, Mecha Kong, how you doing? We're just into some light-hearted discourse. Yes, finally. Okay, good. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. But no, but I forgot how broad Farfetch'd speak is. Yeah, no, it's better when it's not stereotypical. Yeah, I mean, that's just... And then there's a whole... Then, like, with, like, the... And then there's a whole element where it's like, okay, is it... Where I've seen people get offended over the black folklore sections of Song of the South, where it's like... It's not inherently racist that these anthropomorphic animal characters that were written and created by, you know, black people, because this is the folklore of the American black slaves that we're dealing with here, happen to talk like black people from the South. Like, there's an element where it's like, okay, just because something can be contextualized as a in a condescending way or presented in a condescending way doesn't mean that any depiction of it is therefore inherently disrespectful. So there's a lot of moving parts, and Disney certainly has the money to pay people to put them together. That being said, some of the Disney park restaurants, especially at Walt Disney World Resort, are like, I'd sincerely like to try the food there. And you know, something I was complaining about lately is especially, there's more options for like the Marie Callender's pot pies. There's an option where, you could get like a Morningstar pot pie, like a chicken pot pie with mock chicken. And it's like, when I get those, I immediately eat all the pieces of fake chicken out of it. Not because they're my favorite part, it's because they're my least favorite part. Because so many like meatless food options and vegetarian food options that are sold in supermarkets, they annoy the heck out of me, because a lot of these companies have this idea that a vegetarian or meatless version of a product means a version of a product that has fake meat in it. And I don't want fake meat. Like, I don't see it as often. I don't know if they still make it, but Amy's pot pies, like Amy's frozen food, they had these pot pies that they were vegetarian pot pies. They're tantamount to a typical frozen like chicken pot pie, but they just didn't have chicken in them. And they were great. And now all I can find are these Marie Callender's mock pot pies with fake chicken in them. And it's like, just because I want a meatless meal does not mean I want fake meat in the meal. So like now, instead of just being its own thing, it's a fake and inferior version of something that just actually exists. The same reason I don't like the Burger King's veggie burgers anymore. Like back when it was still called the BK Veggie, I loved it. It was just its own thing. But now that it's Impossible, like the Impossible Whopper, now it just tastes like fake meat instead of like its own like meatless burger. So, alright. So if we go up here, I want to see what's up here. We're going to have Beedrill cut. Yeah. And Clackaboy in chat saying they don't know about Walt Disney World's vegan offerings, but at Disney they have quite a lot of vegan options. Okay. That's nice to hear. And, you know, it's funny because, like, I have a little more flexibility because, you know, I'm not vegan. But if, like, I make something and it's like, okay, I could either use butter or I could use olive oil and get the same effect, you know, yeah, sure, why not make it vegan? But, yeah, and Azure is saying, like, eat your, oh, wait, what is that? Hold on, let me clean it. Oh, yeah, this saying, eat your genetically engineered meat food in STFU. Yeah, let's actually, yeah, Pikachu's already at level 32. I don't think, I forgot if I have Pidgeotto or not. No, let's, I know I have Pidgey. I don't think I have Pidgeotto. I think I was raising a Spearow. No, I don't have... If I encounter Pidgeotto again, I actually will catch it. That was a chance... Yeah, the Pokemon Pokemon Gold and Silver, there's a little icon that appears next to a Pokemon whenever you encounter them in the wild or against an enemy trainer that will let you know whether or not they're in your Pokedex yet. That's very convenient. Okay, we don't need an Oddish. You know, one thing I would love to try that I know was at Walt Disney World for a while was the Handwich, which is kind of like a croissant. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, we definitely want to catch you. This is a Gloom. This is a Pokemon we do not have yet. Okay. We do not have this Pokemon yet. This will be... It didn't affect Nidorina. Okay. Okay. Oh no, he got paralyzed. Okay, we're going to try to deal damage once more. Okay. Come on. At least we're not going to get poisoned from that acid attack. And... Oh boy! Ooh, that was close. We didn't expect that critical hit, but we're gonna switch over to Pikachu. Doggone. Ah. And Clackboy saying, started celebrating Lunar New Year at Disney's California Adventure since the Year of the Horse. They have their rarely seen Horace horse collar front and center. I'll check it out this Wednesday. Wow, Horace horse collar. Now that's a throwback. That's one of those very early Disney characters that kind of fell by the wayside. But Azure is saying they had a chocolate-filled croissant with ice cream sandwich. Oh, wow. No, but the croissant was, the handwich was kind of like a one-handed sandwich that was like filled with stuffing, and it was kind of like trying to be like the sandwich of the future is what they called it, and it didn't really pan out. But there's recipes for recreated versions. We use Thunder Wave for come on. And now we just gotta throw some Pokeballs. We have 7 Great Balls. I doubt this will take more than 1 or 2. Yay! We got him. Alright. Yeah, so this is... The Gloom only evolves when traded via a link cable, so that's not... We're not trading with a link cable on this playthrough. So this is as far... We've got the whole Gloom line, essentially. Yeah, unfortunately, Gloom is not a... it doesn't have a height of 4 feet 20 inches. That would be... I mean, 4 feet 20 inches. You wouldn't normally say it that way, but there's not weigh 420 pounds or anything like that. But the fluid that oozes from its mouth isn't drool. It's a nectar that is used to attract prey. Do you want to give a nickname to Gloom? No. Gloom is transferred to Bill's PC. Yeah, I feel like... No, actually, we're gonna... Oh, I didn't mean to use the bike. Jeez. Yeah, I haven't had ice cream in a while. But we're going to... Yeah, vegans call honey bee vomit. I mean, that's bee spit. That's just what it is. Like, I remember once I told... Like, I guess someone was going to the store to like, hey, do you need anything? And I knew they were low. I use soy milk. Like, for my cereal and for cooking, whatever. And I knew they were low on the milk they use. They use, regular dairy milk. And I was like, oh yeah, if you could get me a soy milk, and also you're low on cow's milk. And it, like, saying cow's milk, like, actually grossed them out. It was like, oh, they thought it was, like, me, like, being judgmental or trying to push, like, a vegan agenda. And, like, no, I'm like, it's cow's milk. I mean, there's also goat milk and stuff. I mean, I'm not being judgmental. I'm just describing what it is that, to differentiate it from my milk, which is, plant-based milk, and you legally, but, and there's, like, there are ways that, and they're becoming more and more popular, because they're very easy for the apiary people, but it's like, you could there are beehives that just let the excess honey drip out the bottom of the hive directly into jars. And because bees radically overproduce honey, and like you're not like you're not removing the combs, you're not destroying like their what they've built, you're not like destroying their larvae or anything, and they have enough to feed their hive and feed their young, and the excess honey they produce just drips out like non-invasively from the hive. And at that point it's like, I don't even like understand the moral concern about collecting honey at that point. Yeah, because like there's so much like work you have to do to like to take care of bees and make sure they're all right, but it's like when you're collecting the honey that way, it's like it's not even like disturbing them. They just go about their business, doing their stuff, and the excess honey they produce just drips out. But okay, so we're gonna cut here. Go in. We're gonna try to catch a Pidgeotto. Yeah, beekeeping's one of those things. Oh, I know that there's an opportunity to catch Ditto along this route, but I never encountered. I mean, I haven't. This is my 4th time, maybe 5th at the most, playing through this game this far. But I don't think I ever encountered Ditto at this patch of grass. There's a patch of grass south of here, close to Fuchsia City, that I know. And of course, they're going to transform into another Nidorino. Yeah, that's Ditto's thing. Yeah, it transforms into other Pokemon. And the funny thing about Ditto is, in the episode of the anime it appeared in, there was a particular Ditto that wasn't very good at transforming into other Pokemon, and so it left its eyes and its mouth that would have the same face. But that, like, became, like, standard depictions of a Ditto transformed into another Pokemon, when that was not the intent of the actual Pokemon episode at all. So that's like a direct case of the Pokemon anime, its depiction of a Pokemon completely shaping how that Pokemon would be depicted and understood going forward. Enemy Ditto's getting pumped. We're going to use Thunder Wave to paralyze them. Enemy Ditto's paralyzed. It may not attack. Pikachu's defense fell, and we now have everything we need to start throwing them Pokeballs. Okay, Pokeball go! Itchy Screwball. Yeah! We got him! Ditto was caught. New Pokedex sale will be added for Ditto. Capable of copying an enemy's genetic code to instantly transform itself into a duplicate of the enemy. It's 1 foot high and weighs 9 pounds. Do you want to give a nickname to Ditto? No. Ditto was transferred to Bill's PC. Now, in future Pokemon, Pokemon breeding is introduced in the sequel to this, Pokemon Gold and Silver. And Ditto is a very important Pokemon in that, because you could breed a Ditto with any Pokemon that is capable of breeding. It said I can't escape, and then just whirlwinded me away. Okay, fine. Alright, we're going to... Okay. We want to catch a Pidgeotto. That was... apparently, it seems like that was a rather rare encounter. Yeah, not very effective. Didn't affect... you really want to just lock me into this random dummy battle, huh? Okay. If that did not work, I was going to get out my Charmeleon and have her take care of it. Okay. Yeah, but Ditto's it's not very strong strategically for battling, as far as I'm aware. But for breeding, it's definitely a very important Pokemon, starting in Gen 2 when they introduced Pokemon breeding. Now, you're being a... This is such a pain in the butt. Why do I keep having to deal with... There we go. Alright. Now, let's see. Come on, Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto? Oh, another Ditto. We don't need 2 Dittos. Now. Yeah, we do not need 2 Dittos. While Oddish appeared. Now. Now. Okay. I will spend no more than... Oh, come on. Why am I getting such bad RNG for transforming? I mean, for fleeing battles right now. Okay. We'll try 5 more times. If we do not get a Pidgeotto, we'll just cut our losses and move on. Okay, we've got an Oddish. Do not want. Of course. And another Oddish. 1, 2. And 3. Come on. Doggone. Another Oddish. We'll try 2 more times and we'll call it. We'll cut our losses and move on. Can't escape. Of course I can't escape. Well, why would I be able to just escape? I make things too easy, right? Now, second to last chance. Doggone. Okay. We're gonna try this one more time. If it doesn't work, we'll heal up our team and get ready for making our way through the rest of the route. And yeah, that's it. We're done. We're done. We're getting out of here. Alright, we're getting out. Oh, come on. Okay, we get a free bonus try. We gotta get out of this little patch of grass first. And yay, okay, we got away safely. And so let's patch up our team a bit. We've got a paralyzed Nidorino and a paralyzed Pikachu. We'll use some fresh water on Nidorino. We're the main one we're leveling up right now. And I guess the other ones, yeah, they all have lost some HP, but it's not to the point where I'd really be concerned about. Yeah, let's battle this guy. Looks like a biker. Perfect, I need to burn some time. Biker wants to fight. Biker sent out Grimer. Let's see if we can beat them in under. If we can't beat them in under 2 minutes, we'll just pause the game here, and we'll. Yeah, we're kind of running out of the ability to even. Yeah, we're running out of power points for our main non-poison damage-dealing move. So Splash was disabled. Good, you disabled a move that's literally intentionally useless, so good choice on that one. For me, not for you. Nice, got 1 knockout. About to use Grimer. And we'll use Dragon Rage. Followed by Bite again. Oh, doggone, like 1 HP left. Okay, fine, we'll use Tackle. We'll use our weakest move. Finish him off. About to use Coughing. Let's... If we can actually have 28 seconds, can we finish this in 28 seconds? Yeah, normally I might be a little more conservative and not use Dragon Rage. Yeah, we did it. We beat him in under 28 seconds. Defeated Biker. What? You got 560 for winning. Raising Pokemon as a drag, man. Yeah, we'll go ahead and save the game. And we'll go on, we'll quit the cartridge for now. And what are we going to do next? We're going to do our next, we're going to go do our next break. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes. It's just a short break. And when we come back, we're going to read some vintage gaming magazine. A vintage gaming magazine from around the time this game was hot on the market. And we'll then after, it's probably will take an hour tops, and then we'll play a little more Pokemon, hopefully. Hey everyone. Alright, I'm back. I got some water and ready for the magazine section of the stream. So this came out. This is a GamePro, and I can't remember me having read GamePro in a long time, if ever, on the stream. But this is from August 1998, so this is right around the time Pokemon's hitting the, North America. And here we've got Sega's new game machine, Oh, what the? Okay. Alright, hold on. Actually, why don't I get... Okay, this is... Alright. I just, you could probably hear my mouse, gliding around on my, on a cheap little Go board that I have. That, oh yeah, this is gonna make this part of the stream go much better. Yeah, so Sega's new game machine, Dreamcast. Yeah, back when the Dreamcast was a new, hot story. E3, you know what's interesting? This is from August, and we're having E3 coverage in here. E3 back at this point, I believe, was in May. So that just shows you, the flow of game news back then. An event would happen in May, and we're still getting sort of new coverage being presented as hot news as late as the August branded issue. I mean, I believe we've seen this All-Star Baseball 99 ad. Is this Advanced Major League Strategy? Alright, so this is actually licensed with, I think, the Players Association and with the Major League Baseball itself. And this ad here, let's see what this is for. Turbo Prop Racing. I never heard of it, didn't notice it even back then. You got some Konami XXL Sports Series, a soccer game. I forgot this existed. I certainly forgot that it was on Game Boy. Is this Winning 11? Is that a Konami franchise? I forgot. Is this the Western version of, branded version of Winning 11? Let's see what this game is. Ninja Shadow of Darkness. I remember, when I actually saw, I think, Mecha Kong playing... No, not Mecha Kong. Jank Jesus playing this game. Formerly known as... I think it was still under Kyle TX500 as a screen name at the time he was streaming this. And it was... I remember seeing lots of ads for this game. It was not kind of what I expected, how this game actually looked. Death a la Modem at heat.net. I wonder what that is now. Yeah, that's... I just remember that being one of those early, some kind of online gaming pairing service, something or other. Ad for Chopper Attack. GamePro, August 98. E3 Showstoppers. 98 will go down as a kick-ass year for video games. Here's why. Thrill Kill, page 54. Did that game... I thought that game got canceled. Ended up getting canceled. But Turok 2, Seeds of Evil... Alien vs. Predator. Yeah, I remember yeah, this is a game, I didn't play it, but my brother had it on PlayStation. We played it. This was, Alien vs. Predator was a game that came out long before an actual movie based on that concept came out. And I separately am passively aware that the Alien vs. Predator movie was in years of development hell. I don't know if it went back so far that this Alien vs. Predator game was made in specific anticipation of that movie coming out and it just didn't happen back then. But, pro reviews. So, PC Pro, N64, PlayStation, Saturn, Sports Pages, Role Players Realm. So they had a section just for... Yeah, Denim Rigor Mortis. Hard Genes. Yeah, this game, I believe, Toomba, got re-released recently. I never played it back then. It's something I should probably... organ donors have not always been volunteers. Ian Livingstone's Death Trap Dungeon. Before the days of stain-free carpets, earplugs, and the novelty known as Mercy, things were generally quite crimson. Yeah, we see what kind of vibe they're getting at with here. Let them eat lead. Duke Nukem, Time to Kill, make him history. I think this is one of the last games before the franchise kind of died up until they finally released Guys, could you please allow game pros all over the world to vote on whether Florida should ban violent video games on 15 and get all my games from the US? I can see it now. First, arcade games, then video games. Please tell your elected officials that they should nag others like Satanists and drunks who are plaguing the world, not video gamers. Did I offend thee? I'm a very angry subscriber. Later, I've been seeing an increase in video game violence also. Stuff I find evil and sacrilegious has been appearing in your magazine. The classics are not the ones where people get their brains splattered out all over the pavement. Look at Gex, Donkey Kong, and Mario 64. These aren't violent games, and yet they beat the rest in fun factor. And some of the ads in your magazine are stupid and offensive to my... It's like incredible. Like, the fact that this is as it's the fact that someone would actually feel this way and write in is one thing. The fact that it's just as likely a troll makes it way more disturbing to me. It's like weird. It's like, let's look at Gex, a smart ass lizard that most religions would find abnormal, if not sacrilegious. Donkey Kong, a mad gorilla that kidnaps a young woman, then throws flaming barons at a rescuer. And Mario 64, an out-of-work plumber who battles the mushrooms. The point. So it's like, I've like heard like secondhand of some of like a GameStop employee, because like especially in like the early to mid 2000s. I'd hear, and I'm going on the official Nintendo forum, I'd hear a lot of stories, because Nintendo used to have, in a way, like a forum where people would just come and talk about Nintendo and video games. Nowadays, that forum still exists, but it's strictly for, like, I could believe, as I could still log on there with my credentials, you know, dating back to like 2002 when they originally opened their forums, and like log in, but it's only tech support stuff now. But yeah, well, we'll go back up to there. But just the idea that people talking about going to GameStop and buying Nintendo games and systems and getting made fun of and harassed by the store employees over it, like oh, you play like kid games, or oh, you, like those games aren't even M-rated, you know. But you don't really hear. But I also heard in one case more recently of the opposite, where someone was buying some M-rated, I think it was specifically a GTA game, and the employee got like all offended and was like telling them off for buying. It's like, I think the only non-E-rated or equivalent, like which would be K to A before it became the E rating in the ESRB system we have in the US, I think the only game with a harsher rating than E that I've ever played is Final Fantasy VII, which I think had a T rating, even though there were, and I think, like, there are games like Parasite Eve, same developer too, Square. Their Parasite Eve had slightly more, like Final Fantasy VII, the characters effectively look like little Lego figures, but Parasite Eve was only very slightly, it had more realistic graphics than FF7. But there was like in a purely medical context, like in a hospital, they mention a sperm bank. And for that alone, Parasite Eve got rated as an M-rated game. But FF7, like, has much more mature themes than that, including things I don't want to go out of my way to discuss on my stream. At least not if I'm going to be, if I play the game itself, you know, so be it. But it only got a T rating. So, like, as someone who basically only plays family-friendly games, like, that person who's complaining at them is such a ninny. But, no, but at this point, like, they were, like, I think Florida was, like, specifically trying to ban violent video games, which is, like, I mean, I know, like the president, like, the current president, their previous administration, like, in response to, like, a bunch of mass shootings, got together with a bunch of, like, leaders from the video game industry. Like, yes, it was them that are responsible for this. Like, it's so, like, they keep appealing to people who have to be in their 60s and older, who know nothing about video games, for votes, and then get confused because I guess they keep thinking, they see these old reactionaries get upset about violent video games when there are movies and television shows that are just as violent that they don't care about, because they have this 40-year-old, this concept that's been obsolete for at least 30 years at this point, if not much longer, that video games are an inherently children's-only medium. So they think of violent video games, think, oh my gosh, what are they pushing at our children? And they don't realize that people who play video games have been in voting age for decades and decades at this point, and you're trying to appeal to an increasingly scarce and minute handful of loudmouths who are upset over video game violence by trying to appeal to them. Let's see. Buyers beware. Football season is about to start. I can't wait to see my favorite teams kick some major tail. Are you impatient too? Read some answers for tough questions while you wait. Electronic Arts Customers Conservatives representative explains, no, every time I rent a copy of NBA Live 98 for the PlayStation and start the playoff mode with the Celtics, the game freezes up. And this isn't a common occurrence, so it should be your PlayStation overheating. To help alleviate the problem, place your PlayStation on its side so it's better ventilated. I've heard a lot of things about PlayStation 1's original model being placed sideways or upside down. Especially, I remember, like, me and my friend, we beat Final Fantasy VII in, like, 2001 or so, and the game actually, the PS1 crashed during the ending cutscene. And, question, because of an accident I had when I was young, I lost most of the dexterity in my left hand. My ability to use the analog stick of the N64 controller is inhibited. I was wondering if Nintendo is going to make a right-handed controller. I really love the quality of some N64 games. I wish I could play them. Yeah, I don't think any third party even made, like, an inverted N64 controller like that. Oh, okay. Now, here's a game that I have some very fond memories of. Superb animation, thrilling cinemas, looks more like a product of a Disney studio. Simply stunning. And we have this kid here and his dog, introducing breathtaking 24-bit color on PlayStation. Heart of Darkness, an epic adventure in a world unlike any other. So this is one of those cinematic platformers, kind of like Prince of Persia or what is it? I think Out of This World / Another World. I think it goes by both titles. But now this, over 30 minutes of cinematics merge fluidly with gameplay and a thrilling storyline full of bizarre characters and a great sense of humor, dedicated sound effects on an original score make Heart of Darkness an unforgettable gaming experience. Experience intense action as you help young Andy fight through 8 huge levels in 175 different locations and a dark world filled with mystical mazes, exotic landscapes, and evil enemies in search of his best friend, Whiskey. You know, they almost came out with a Game Boy Advance version of this, and it just never came to fruition. So this game is like even in 98 when I played this, I'm like, this is distractingly similar to Commander Keen, because it's about a boy genius who invents weapons and a spaceship in their backyard, like treehouse, like tree fort, and go to other worlds. And it's a platformer. Now, this game, I don't remember the sense of humor. This is a dark game. There's so many ways. I think this is an E-rated or K to A-rated game, but they are so many ways. This kid gets graphically murdered. It's like there's no blood splats, but conceptually, visually, this poor little kid gets annihilated in so many different ways. It is very dark. You see, there's a lot of dark imagery, a lot of nightmare fuel, and this. Oh, this game was, in fact, rated T for teen. This would make this one of the first T-rated games I played. I would say, this definitely deserves that T rating. It's like, it is PG, right? PG rated, but it is like 80s PG. It's not like modern PG. This is like 80s PG. It is, you'd give it to a kid who has, the kind of kid who doesn't cry during the donkey transformation scene in Pinocchio. You give this game to that kind of kid. If they cry their eyes out at Pinocchio, at scream or run or hide, but here we go. So we've got one of our cover stories here. For Sega, the Saturn nightmare is almost over. Now the company will start following its dreams. Sega of America's president and chief operating officer, Bernard Stollard, officially announced the company's forthcoming 128-bit console, now named Dreamcast, at a press conference the night before E3 opened. Proudly hoisting colorful prototypes over the podium for the audience to see, Stollard said to attendees, "Sega is not just going on the line, we're stepping over it. Dreamcast is scheduled to ship in Japan this November and in the United States in the fall of 1999. They definitely kept to that schedule. Between 20 to 30 titles are expected to be available for the US launch." Stoller went on to detail hardware and software partners for the new console. Microsoft has agreed to supply the operating system. Hitachi is and you notice, there are several layouts for game controllers. Nintendo, who has the first to have that sort of diamond format, you'll have the X at the top, A at the right, B at the bottom, and Y on the left. So XABY. Now, when Sega did their Knights controller, and of course Mecha, I'm glad you were here for this, Mecha Kong. I knew you. If you weren't here for this, I definitely would have recommended this on the VOD for you. But you notice when Sega, I think they first did their 4-button controller layout with the Saturn. It might have been with the Knights 3D analog stick controller, but the Dreamcast controller, instead of XABY as with Nintendo, it's YBAX. And you notice partially I think because of the entanglements between Microsoft and Sega around this time, with them, working with them on the Dreamcast. And I believe there was a point where Xbox was theoretically going to be able to play Dreamcast games. Notice Microsoft's Xbox controllers have the YBAX format for their button layout, and not the XABY that Nintendo uses. Yamaha is handling the sound hardware and CD drive. The system will also feature a built-in modem for online gaming. Now, the Dreamcast was the first system I was really following, was really excited about, even though I was happy with my N64 on my PlayStation. No specific titles were announced, but 2 graphic demonstrations of the system's capabilities were used for the audience. No photos or even descriptions of the scenes were permitted. What an age when, this is really on the very tail end of Like, you don't do an E3 press conference reveal of a system and don't allow, like, screenshots or even descriptions of what was seen. And you could argue, I mean, well before launch, you had, you know, lots of images of what was going on, but... Okay. Now, hold on. We have something that could possibly... VM Labs. Huh. VM Labs has released solid facts... we had to zoom out. About its super secret game system, Project X. Turns out the system isn't a new console at all. It's part of a digital video technology to be incorporated into DVD units and other digital home video products. The Project X, you know what? I think this is what ended up becoming the Nuon. This is what became the Nuon. And the funny thing is that the idea of some project, a game console project in Microsoft codename Xbox, was floating around well before they actually announced and confirmed the existence of the system. So I thought this might have been referring to that at first, but no 64DD until 2000? No, it came out in like 2001 in Japan only. Things are looking less and less stable for the N64 disk drive. At E3, Nintendo of America President Howard Lincoln said that he expects a Japan launch before the end of the year. There are no plans to bring the peripheral to American shores in 98 or 99 for that matter. Yeah, the N64DD, the whole concept behind it is really, I think it's Nintendo, and you have to remember, it's like 1994 when Nintendo's thinking this out. Not even a decade before, you know, in the mid to late 80s, Nintendo in Japan in the mid 80s was doing great with the Famicom disk drive in Japan that really redefined a significant chapter of the Famicom's lifespan and history in Japan. So the idea of a secondary like system to add floppy drive or similar technology, or to add CDs, that I think is why you have like the the PC engine, the TurboGrafx 16, Sega Genesis, Jaguar wanting to add all these CD add-ons and thinking it would be a viable thing that would be an important reason to buy the system, is I think really on the back of the success of the Famicom disk drive in Japan, and it did not. Yeah, that success, that was never... I mean, even as late as with the Xbox 360 with the HD DVD drive. But GamePro Lab Special, Game Boy camera and printer. A digital camera for the Game Boy? True. And it's more sophisticated and more fun than anything you could have possibly expected. The camera plugs into the Game Boy's cartridge slot is spherical. Its spherical swiveling lens sticking out the top, in addition to a time-lapse mode, a self-timer, and a panoramic option. You know, I think the original model Game Boy would have been the only Game Boy system on the market that you could have sitting upright without using a stand or something like that. Because the Game Boy Pocket, its bottom is uneven, and the Game Boy Color would be coming out soon. It also, you can't stand it on its end like that. So in a certain way, for like, you know, propping the system up and running out and taking a picture, the Game Boy original model would actually be the ideal system to use. So static, yeah. A lot of coverage about E3 was about different, you know, who was here? The Foo Fighters were performing at E3 at Sony and Nintendo's booth. Find scare. We have a compass here. Konami. That Konami sports game. Oh, we have different, I guess. Net Pro. As amateur programmers create their own modifications, Quake 2 is changing for the better. So we have like, yeah, the online modding scene for Quake 2. You know, beginning of, you know, what we'd see later on with stuff like Gary's mod and the like. Cherry Coke instructional series. Looks like we have an edgy... I mean, I forgot about this, actually. Look at how Cherry Coke was presented back then. Like, just the logo for it. It's like, they totally moved away from the traditional, like, you know, Coca-Cola styling with Cherry Coke back then. And Mecha saying they know they'd buy a lot more Nintendo if the Foo Fighters told them to. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be able to identify a Foo Fighters song for a giant check with $1 million for $1 million. I don't know nothing about the Foo Fighters except that they existed in the 90s. So the cutting edge Sega awakens with Dreamcast. And my dad, who was a gamer at the time, like, you know, I used to watch him play Star Fox 64 and get further than I ever could, but he would... So it's not like a total outsider does something. For some reason, he consistently called the Dreamcast Dreamskate. And I don't know why he thought it was called that. He would say, like, instead of Dreamcast, he would say Dreamskate. And he wasn't making fun of it or trying to make a joke. He genuinely, for some reason, thought it was called a Dreamskate. But Kalakaboy is saying, what are my thoughts on the new Nintendo of America president, Devin Pritchard? I have no thoughts because this is the first time I've even heard about this. I know Doug Bowser left, and I think he's at like some toy at Mattel or Fisher Price or something like that now. But yeah, I did not know that the new president had been named and announced. Yeah, so I can't give any comments or opinions on something I know nothing about. But, yeah, it seems that just as the current next-gen video game systems are hitting their stride, the next-gen systems, and the eve of E3, and it's interesting, they always style the 3 in E3 as a cube, as like a cube denotation in mathematics. But, Sega, along with a respectable team of platform partners, including Microsoft, no surprise, and NEC, announced the arrival of its 128-bit system called Dreamcast. The system is slated for release in Japan on November 20th and the US during the fall of '99. Details are scant, but what surfaced so far is impressive. Dreamcast will use its 128-bit. Yeah, that was a big breakthrough at the time. A RISC processor, independent 3D graphics engine, a dedicated 3D sound chip. The RISC Central Processor is a special version of the Hitachi SH4 chip. Reportedly, the Dreamcast Hitachi can perform the floating point math necessary for 3D gameplay at speeds 4 times faster than a Pentium 2 chip. The graphics will also get a big-time pop from Power VR 2 3D accelerator, custom designed for Dreamcast by NEC, and Video Logic, which can push 3 million polygons per second. Not bad considering Sega's own Model 3 arcade machines can pump polygons at 1 million per second. So we're already this is where we're getting to the point where what's possible in home consoles is starting to match or surpass us a lot of the standard arcade units. But a Dreamcast operating system is a version of Windows CE, also custom designed this time by you-know-who. They're on 16 megabytes of system RAM, a 12-time CD-ROM drive, and a 64-channel Yamaha Super Intelligent sound chip. You might be convinced to shell out the asking price, apparently around $250. As though this weren't enough, Dreamcast has a built-in 33.6 kilobits per second modem, good enough for internet access and network gameplay. You know, at this time, about 2 months after, around this time this magazine came out, I got my first internet-capable home computer, which was an iMac, an original model iMac, and it having a 56K modem was kind of like a, whoa, you have the fastest modem available. I believe they upgraded the modem to 56K, the built-in Dreamcast modem, by the time the system actually went to market. Alright, so under control, 4 mounted controller ports, similar to the Saturn 3D control pad, which, a lot of people at the time just called that the Knights controller. I wonder why they chose to use a red controller and VMU and a white console. But the system also supports a quasi-personal digital assistant called the Visual Memory System, VMS. They ended up calling it the VMU. That's roughly the size of a credit card. VMS has its own monochrome screen action, but buttons and directional pad. It's made to allow gamers to put game data in head-to-head games. For example, in sports games, gamers could call plays without revealing their picks to opponents. VMS will also support its own standalone games too. In fact, the Japanese version will have a Digimon-type game starring Godzilla. Yeah, the VM... Now, mind you, I did not own a Dreamcast, and I only got to play it at my friend's house a couple of times. But the idea of the VMU here, this little device, being somewhat of a system, the memory card being a system unto itself, having asymmetrical gameplay, not that I knew that phrase at the time, where I could be managing different aspects of the game on the controller screen. That's something that excited me about Dreamcast. It excited me about Game Boy Advance to GameCube connectivity. It excited me with Nintendo's Wii U. And I was even interested in the Intellivision Amico based on that. And you could argue that none of those systems truly fulfilled. Now, mind you, I have a Wii U. I haven't charged up. I have not booted it up in the longest time. I mean, keep it plugged in so I don't lose anything on it. With that problem, with the decaying hardware, it's losing its memory and stuff like that. But I do keep it plugged in, just powered off. But yeah, I haven't properly played through the Wii U library to get those dual screen experiences. When I play Wii U, perhaps I'll go on webcam for that and not use a model, and have find a way to rig up a secondary webcam to to show my gamepad screen. But yeah, the Intensor seat, I believe it had special speakers as well as vibration. So you have vibration electronics unit. We have this satellite speaker thing for it as well. And and you could actually put it on. I forgot they market it so much, just sitting on the floor like this, but you were able to attach it to a base, and then you could fold it up to move it around. Like this chair right here, there was this small tube monitor with these speakers that folded out. That was the ultimate gaming TV at the time. And the fact that the ultimate gaming TV would be something smaller than either of the monitors I'm looking at right now is kind of wild, but it was a different age. WWF said so. Wasn't into heck. I gotta say, Dwayne Johnson aged very gracefully. He didn't get old. He aged up. Yeah, shoot, how old was he back then? In his earlier mid-20s? Jeez. Yeah, but not big in. Yeah, WWF, as it was known at this time, was only really fun if I'm at a friend's house and he's got a couple of friends over and we've got pizza and chips and stuff. Being in that atmosphere made WWF fun. But I never watched it on my own. I never followed it closely and everything. So we got E3 coverage here. E3 Seeds, Turok 2 Seeds of Evil, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. For those of you who've waited patiently for Zelda's release on N64 are going to find the wait was worth it when this hot title hits store shelves later this year. In his newest adventure, Link has gone the Mario route, featuring total 3D platform action. He runs, jumps, swings a sword, and even rides a horse, which is a lot cooler than it sounds. The hybrid, oh my gosh, again, the hybrid action RPG theme promises to deliver hours of excitement. Like, I'm sick of it. I get into so many arguments, like, especially on the IGN forums, when people, like, go off on me, like, you idiot, why would anyone call Zelda an action RPG? No, and I'm saying, like, yeah, back in the 90s, it was commonly considered an action RPG as its genre, and then like no, that was you're rewriting history. No one called Zelda an action RPG. It doesn't have experience points. It doesn't have turn-based battles. Like, why would anyone call Zelda an RPG? And time again, we've seen in the 16-bit era and in the N64 era, consistent descriptions of Zelda as an action RPG, and people say, I'm rewriting history somehow by actually calling it an action RPG, or even saying that at the time it was considered an action RPG. And when I pull up, like, because I would pull up examples from EGM, because I was more familiar with EGM. I actually was subscribed to that at this time, whereas GamePro I would maybe read at the library sometimes. But and I would say, look, here's an actual, like, screenshot I took of this PDF from EGM saying, look, Zelda like finally the first RPG for Nintendo 64 or something to that nature. They'd be like, oh, that's just a personal quirk of EGM. Like, people in general didn't think it's an RPG. No, now we have GamePro 2 examples in GamePro. It was in and I won't speak for all of North America. In the United States, in the 90s, Zelda was commonly, and to the point where I would consider it like standard and typical, described as an action RPG. Like, I remember magazines like comparing Ocarina of Time directly to Final Fantasy VII, and there was no sense that was an unreasonable comparison, because we're comparing the biggest RPG on PlayStation with the biggest RPG on Zelda. Yeah, on N64. and Mecha calling chat saying, this is clearly edited. You know, with Mr. Kojima peering behind his glasses. But yeah, Perfect Dark. You know, it's funny. I think of Zelda Ocarina of Time, I think of Perfect Dark as being in such a different era, so much later in the N64's life than Zelda Ocarina of Time. But, like, no, like, we're at E3 side by side with one another. You see that F-Zero X, Buck Bumble, Looney Tunes. Yeah, back when a Looney Tunes game could even be taken seriously as a major game to cover at E3. But you've got our edgy WWF Warzone ad. Fighting Force. Now here's a trip. Yeah, 12 Tales Conker's Quest. Although it looks polished and well played, Conker's Quest for Nintendo is such a cute action platform game that you may shy away from it. How cute? Pour a pound of sugar on Banjo-Kazooie and you get Conker. Yeah, we all know how that turned out. Due this fall, Alien Resurrection. Yeah, this is another game that I watched my brother play. Yeah, Thrill Kill. I believe this got canceled. It's just a violent, edgy fighting game, ended up getting canceled. I don't know to what extent it got canceled, because, like, oh, it's too controversial. Like, oh, please. Like, compared, like, this getting canceled potentially because it was too controversial, if that's even what happened, I forgot. And compared to what is in Mortal Kombat today is like wow, people, like, yeah. But yeah, Spyro the Dragon, which I never played. There were just so many games to rent and play on PlayStation, let alone having PlayStation and N64. I never got around to it. I was playing Crash Bandicoot Warped instead. Now, Rival Schools. This is like sort of an anime sort of vibe fighting game. I remember there being like I remember the main story mode if I remember this correctly, I think the main story mode of this game got cut from the Western release of the game. I guess because maybe just translating and localizing it was like just it would have added too much to the cost of development. I think it was called School Life mode. Yeah, Rival Schools looks like another perfect arcade to home translation. Yeah, so Oddworld's Abe's Exodus. I need to play Oddworld on, Good and Tasty on the Switch. Small Soldiers, Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, which I understand started off as like a kind of themed around, or sort of taking after Tomb Raider, but ended up sort of borrowing copying some of Ocarina of Time's homework and benefiting tremendously for that. Brunswick Circuit Pro Bowling. I actually played the demo for this on PlayStation, on a PlayStation Magazine demo disc. And it was it's funny, I had PlayStation Magazine, but I basically just subscribed to it for the demo discs and didn't read the magazine. So reading through that would be a truly new experience, but I'm very nostalgic for the demo discs. Pac-Man 3D, this ended up being... Okay, actually no, let me check that. So Pac-Man 3D, I believe this could be what became Pac-Man World, but it's possible that this could be a canceled game called Pac-Man Ghost Zone. And I believe only within the last year or two, some beta material leaked from the work in progress scrapped Pac-Man Ghost Zone, and that a lot of people were very interested to finally get a glimpse at. So Final Fantasy VIII, this was around the first reveal of that game after the triumph of FF7. With Squaresoft's official announcement that Final Fantasy VIII is coming to the PlayStation, the most popular role-playing franchise of all time is back. The characters appear larger and more realistic than in FF7. And one of the coolest, most anticipated gameplay changes will be the ability to see your whole party on the battlefield during fights. Looks like another fantasy come true. No, I know what they mean, but they actually said the opposite of what they meant. I think they mean to see the whole party during the world, navigating the environments. But all I ever played with this was the PlayStation Magazine demo of FF8. And Mecha Kong in chat saying that the FF8 is doo-doo. I wouldn't know. I just remember playing the demo for FF8, which had music that Nobuo Uematsu apparently effectively shamelessly plagiarized from a major Hollywood movie. And so it was replaced with a different track different but similar track for the retail version. So when I went to VG, when I went to go look for MIDI files from FF8, the only track I wanted was that cool track from the demo that I know was during I guess the opening scene and the first mission, and the track sounded kind of similar, but I'm this isn't what I remember. The melody's totally different. And only years later did I find out what was going on, that the demo used different music that was basically plagiarized from a major Hollywood movie, and I can't believe they got away with it even just for the demo. But PlayStation, Tomb Raider 1 and 2. Yeah, Whoop Ass, grade A. It's 10 ounces. Yeah, 90s advertising, what are you going to say? Rush America. NFL Extreme. Yeah, back when there were NFL games that were not EA. What an age. Yeah, Ubisoft. An edgy ad from Ubisoft. Back before they became EA Light. Gex Enter the Gecko. I rented this once or twice. Didn't leave a strong impression. But I know I didn't enjoy it as much as... I remember seeing Gex on 3DO. At my pastor's... Yeah, our pastor had a bunch of money. And they had a big house, and their son's bedroom had a big old TV in it with every system ever, including the 3DO, and he let me watch him play Gex. And I was interested, like, oh wow, it's a system I've heard about. Is this the hot new future of gaming? And I'm like, meh. And I know one thing I thought was really cool that he showed me on his 3DO is when you put a regular CD in it, it would show like a vortex type thing on your screen. But Mechakong is saying FF8 is not doo-doo, but they don't click with it. Alright. Well, he doesn't like it. I never played it. I'll be honest, the only numbered Final Fantasy game I've spent any amount of time with is actually F7, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. I'd like to play Mystic Quest, when I say I want to play FF Mystic Quest, I don't mean ironically. I want to actually see its take on how to try to have an entry-level, old-school 16-bit RPG aimed at in a market in which RPGs were considered like overly intimidating and how complicated and stuff they were. So look at this. Fly to the Game Power, N64 Game Development Kit, Action Replay, Game Record Save, Play Cartridge or Backup File, many, many more. Yeah, this was basically This is effectively a piracy device for your N64 that let you copy games to floppy disks. And you just have it just flat out taking up ad space in a major gaming magazine, because that's how things were back then. So, Red Alert, Retaliation, never played any of these games before. But I know, I just know the graphics look similarly. This really does look like a PC game. More, I guess more so than I would have expected. Like if I saw these screenshots out of context, I would have guessed they were from an early 90s PC game, not a late 90s PlayStation game. But for the genre and the type of game this is pretty much like reasonable and expected. So Fighter's Edge, yeah, a push for all these various fighting games, all these Capcom fighting games. You can get points and stuff like that. Earn killer stuff. Oh yeah, this is for the Fighter's Edge thing. Okay, you can get binoculars, a portable over-the-air TV that would only work today as basically as a plug-in like a monitor, because the over-the-air TV signals have been discontinued in their analog format. This sports Walkman. I had a Walkman very similar to this, a little skateboard, a BMX bike. Basically, your prizes here are basically all just like a 90s aesthetic mood board. If you're gonna make like a 90s kid like action figure, like a G.I. Joe scale, like the full like doll scale G.I. Joe. But like if you're gonna make a 90s kid like large scale action figure, these would be all the accessories they'd come with. Okay, so we got a lot of PC games here. Can't really comment too much on Mortal Kombat 4. Wailele Country Club True Golf Classic, only for Nintendo 64. I never even noticed this game existed. Never even heard of it. Oh yeah, Quest 64. Yeah, so this game was very interesting to me. I rented this maybe 3 or 4 times. And the first time, like my experience with Quest 64 is leaving the first town, getting into a battle, and like out on the overworld. It has like a full to scale overworld, kind of like, you know, how like Ocarina of Time Zelda worked, where it's not like an old FF Final Fantasy game. But so I would get into a battle, get confused after the battle as to which way I was heading, and end up walking back to the town I started at, not the town I was supposed to be going to. And basically, I was very fascinated because this game seemed to be I liked what it was trying to do, and the fact that I didn't like it bugged me, and I kept giving it more chances, and I ended up not getting that far each time I rented it. And I came to find out that this was a game that was seriously rushed, and it was much more ambitious in terms of its battle system, its storyline. Like, you know, there's not even like a proper like buying like equipment and healing items system in this game, because they rushed them so much they had to skip all of that. And even in Blockbuster, when I'm looking at the box, okay, the quotes on these quotes are on the back of the quotes I'm about to read that are in this ad are on the back of the box as well. Will set the standard for 3D epics. That's a quote by Nintendo Power, a magazine run by the company that put the system that this is on. The other quote is, will provide diehard RPG players and newcomers to the genre with many hours of solid gameplay. That quote is Q64. That's the game quoting itself for a recommendation. That's really bad. Alright? You have the game itself quoting itself for a testimonial. Incredibly sweet graphics, EGM. Yeah, probably incredibly... Oh, look at that wolf. He looks so sad. He doesn't... It looks like he's just beating up this poor animal. Yeah, this is Quest 64. I rented it a few times. Yeah, Quest 64 is actual doo-doo. But here's the weird thing. And I always thought at the time, Quest 64, like there's a non-N64 game that in this series. Okay, so there is, now, Mecha-Kong, I don't know if you're aware of this. There is a European exclusive Game Boy Color demake of this game. It's the same game, like shot for shot. Like, they just recreated this game as though it came out on... It plays like a Game Boy Color port for a non-existent NES game. Yeah, like that's what the GBC Quest game, that's what it is. Except, now here's the thing, okay? I got a game called Quest for Game Boy Color. And I thought it was going to be that, but it's not. They also made a game called Quest featuring this dork right here, Brian. It's a game featuring this character called Quest, but it's an arcade, it's a direct ripoff of the arcade game Mr. Do. So it's a single screen score attack arcade game featuring this character, and it's just called Quest. And it is like, why does this exist? Just to like make it more confusing as to which game I'm buying. So I got rid of it. Either that or I lost it and don't know where it's at anymore. Oh, Toomba. Yeah, this is a game sound, graphics, This is a game I believe is available on modern systems as a download, and there was a limited run, like, physical release of it. Yeah, Jersey Devil. Yeah, like, this game annoyed me, because I grew up in New York. I'm familiar with, like, Jersey Devil lore. This is not what I think of when I think of the Jersey Devil. When I think of the Jersey Devil, I think of, like a bipedal, like, horse monster. So, Video Game Survivor's Guide. What is this? Oh, Gangstream Saga. You know, this is one of those games that... If this is the game I think it is... It's a game that looks like the look and feel of this game is something I would have expected from an earlier PlayStation game, and it's also a game that I'm kind of surprised got localized. I'm glad it did, though. Oh, and Mecha Kong, it turns out, I believe the Game Boy Color like 8-bit demake of Quest is called Holy Magic Century in its European release. And I don't know, it may have come out in Japan as well, but as far as an English language version, it's Europe only. Azure Dreams, I remember... Yeah, we have this RPG section. Yeah, so... I remember this ad. This ad was also in EGM's summer issue. Their summer special, which had like an emphasis on handheld games for, you know, playing in the backseat of your... But country life's never been so addicting. This is the first time I heard of Harvest Moon. And I was interested in this, and Legend of the River King, never got to play it or even rent it. But Legend of the River King is the first and only game that combines the action of a fishing game with a dynamic RPG story for a unique game experience. However, there's a catch. A catch, okay. Instead of fighting with the usual bunch of monsters, you battle with 40 different species of fish, but this isn't drowning a few worms for fun. You're on a quest to save your ill sister. The only chance to save your sister is to reel in the magical guardian fish. To land this whale of a fish, you'll have to travel the land, selling your prized catches for money. Only after buying the best equipment and gaining experience you'll be able to conquer this trophy catch. With hours of exciting gameplay, once you play Legend of the River King, you'll be hooked. I never played a fishing game. Hey, Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy. Hiya there. I'm Super Train Station H, autistic gamer and writer. Yeah, so we're playing Pokemon. But for this hour, which is actually almost up, as I do 5-minute breaks in between hour segments. So for the first 2 hours, we're playing Pokemon Red. And right now, we're reading an EGM from November... No, not an EGM. We're reading a GamePro from November 98, which is around the time that Pokemon came out, you know, in North America. And if you look at my VODs on YouTube, you'd have to do like exclamation point. Actually, I could do it. I think. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So there are my VODs. But if you look at like when I started this is the 3rd calendar year I've been working on Pokemon Red, because I started it back in 2001. I started back not 2001. I started back in like late 2024. And then I had to take some time off to work on a project. And so now here I am I'm almost up to Fuchsia City. We're on the route between Lavender Town and Fuchsia City. We're almost at the end. But I never played an actual fishing video game before. I've played fishing mini games in Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. I played Legend of Zelda, like Ocarina of Time's fishing mini game. I was forced to fish in Twilight Princess, but we don't talk about that. Yeah, so are you into Game Boy in general? Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy? Or Legend of the River? Oh, that's a good one, huh? Yeah, I've been I don't know if you saw, but I remember I've been seeing this ad back in like 98 and wanting to play this game, but like none of the stores had it, and I never saw it at Blockbuster to rent. But so we're on the tail end of this magazine. Only a few, Crime Killer. I never remembered this game. But this is a magazine, a particular issue I didn't have. I like to read, like, the manuals. I like to look at any VHS promotional videos when they're possible. Yeah, and this is back when having lots of codes and walkthroughs for games was still important in gaming magazines. This is an important reason to buy and subscribe. Especially games like Mortal Kombat, where you have lots of complex moves to input. But yeah, I got my first game, and I started back in 2020 when I first started streaming on Twitch. My first modern video game was Sonic the Hedgehog on Game Gear, and my childhood copy was the one I was able to play as my first game I ever streamed here on Twitch back in 2020. I'm using an analog Pocket, but you don't need fancy equipment and specialized, like high-end solutions like an analog pocket to play retro games. You play it in whatever way that gives you the experience that you want and that you have access to. But I personally happen to have a large library of physical cartridges because I got them back when they were just old and not, collectible. Like my NES. I got my NES from my neighbor's garbage in '98, which at the time would be like finding a PlayStation 4 just sitting on top of your neighbor's garbage. So that calls it for the hour. And right about now is, I'll show you. Since I am about to take my 5-minute break to get up and stretch, because unfortunately I'm just not physically able to sit for like 3 or 4 hours at a time. So I do an hour, it's 5 minutes, then another hour, 5 minutes. But if we check out my layout here, so this is how I play my games, and Mecha Kong provided the little light graphic. But if we so this is how I actually play my games. I like to I could have it larger, but I just like to have some sense of, playing in the backseat of my mom's car, coming home from the, any hidden gem games that Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy would recommend. I mean, with a name like that, it implies a certain level of expertise, and my Game Boy collection, it's funny, I got my Game Boy in 1995, and in spite of, but I never heard of Balloon Kid. My first game I played was Super Mario Land, but I never played or heard of Alleyway until years later. I never heard of Balloon Kid. I mean, the fact that there's a full-fledged platforming sequel to Balloon Fight and that was a Game Boy exclusive and a US exclusive is such an odd thing. And around 2007, when I first heard of Balloon Kid, I was like, are you kidding me? I had no idea that this game existed. I learned of Alleyway when I saw it the day that the Nintendo 3DS Virtual Console launched in spring of 2010? Yeah, so... But now Alleyway is one of my favorite games, which is kind of ironic because it's kind of infamously, not much to talk about with Alleyway, but it's a good, just chatting kind of game. But for now, I'm going to go to my break screen for a 5-minute break. I'm going to run some ads. When I trigger ads hourly during my 5-minute, get up and stretch, refill my water bottle break, I've yet to have a single ad interrupt stream for my my non-subscribed viewers. And if I would rather not make a dime off this and have, my viewers enjoy ad-free viewing, but that doesn't line Jeff Bezos's hot tub so that he could build his O'Neill cylinder at Lagrange point 5 between the Earth and the Moon and have Gundam happen in real life. Hopefully Operation British doesn't happen in real life, but that's another story. So I'll be back in exactly 5 minutes. Where's my timer? And 4 minutes in, I'll run the ads. So if y'all want to get up and make some popcorn, now's your chance. I'm going to fill my water bottle and do everything else. And we'll be back for another hour of Pokemon. So I'll see you in a few minutes, and thanks for watching.
Well. Journey's just begun. Pokemon, more the better. Pokemon, Team Rocket's on the run. Pokemon, we're friends forever. You've got the power right in your hand. They'll evolve before your eyes. A world of magic at your command. You can be a master if you try. Pokemon, well, Pokemon, the journey's just begun. Pokemon, more the better. Pokemon, Team Rocket's on the run. Pokemon, we're friends forever. You've got the power right in your hand. They'll evolve before your eyes. A world of magic at your command. You can be a master if you try. Pokemon, Pokemon, the journey's just begun. Pokemon, more the better. Pokemon, Team Rocket's on the run. Pokemon, we're friends forever. You've got the power right in your hand. They'll evolve before your eyes. A world of magic at your command. You can be a master if you try. Pokemon.
Hey, I'm back. Alright. And I've got everything all set up. Hey everybody, how you doing? Got the controller. Yeah, I actually changed my monitor layout and everything, but no, I know a lot of people forget that Rare has a lot of European home microcomputer development, you know, sort of chops, and a sort of monster-y, you know, puzzle kind of game. Sounds like the kind of thing that would have thrived on that platform. But yeah, we'll play for another hour and find someone to raid into. So my team right now, and mind you, it's kind of funny, like Pokemon was like a life-changing game for me. In spite of that, I've only played, this might be the 5th time I've played this far into the game in my entire life. and I got it as soon as it came out in North America. And this might be the third or maybe fourth time that I'm actually going to be beating the game. I don't think I've beaten the game more than 3 times. But there's other recommendations of Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy would be Kid Dracula, which is Kid Dracula is actually a Castlevania spin-off for those unfamiliar. Poppin' Twinbee. Oh, you know what? I forgot there was a Twinbee game on the Game Boy. I played Stinger for NES on stream using the Wii U Virtual Console, and I've used save states like the worst cheater imaginable, because the problem I find with Stinger is I love shooters, scrolling space shooters, vertical, horizontal, but the problem, I'm not super great at games, and the problem with Stinger is that I feel like that game's enemy patterns and bullet patterns are balanced for 3-player gameplay, because you have to remember the Famicom version could have 2 players with the main controllers, and you could plug in a 3rd controller and have 3 people playing simultaneously. Playing through a side-scrolling shooter campaign intended for 3 up to 3 players with only 1 player, it is basically impossible. Though I will, I did play Fantasy Zone. I played, the Switch, version of Fantasy Zone. I also played the Master System version with my Analog Mega SG. A tough game. Fantasy Zone, a shooter with Lisa Frank syndrome. Space combat, so cute you don't want to quit. Yeah, that's from a poem I have about the Game Gear. It's up on it's up on TikTok and on YouTube, where I'd actually want people to go, but yeah, we're gonna bulk up our defense a bit. Yeah, so we got to the end of Stinger, but it was explicitly through cheating. I'm like, there's no way I could beat this. We might as well go through here and see how ridiculous the difficulty gets. A game. Hey, want to hear Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy? You want to hear a really interesting story? So, a number of years ago, this is 5-6 years ago. Yeah, we're gonna use Sing, put them to sleep, and then get our defense up a bit, and then heal ourselves up a bit. I was at a pawn shop, okay, and I was there to get a loan, and I wasn't out in desperation or anything like that. And I saw a Game Boy game, and I'm like, this Game Boy game, I never heard of this game, but it just seems outstandingly generic. Just the cover art on the cartridge. You guys have those big saltine cracker-sized Game Boy cartridges, plenty of space for putting on big detailed art. I'm like, this some kind of space game looks incredibly generic. Never heard of it. Never heard of my friends having it. Never saw any video reviews or retrospectives on it. And I'm like, okay, let me get this game just because I'm astounded by how generic it looks. And it sits in my little shoebox of Game Boy games for years. And then I come to find out, and I knew the name of the game. I'm deliberately holding back on saying the name of the game. So the name of the, and then I didn't know the provenance of this game or what it was. The game was Solar Striker. And with a name like Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy, I would find it rather likely that that's a game you may have at least heard of, if not played or have in your collection. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and try to wake up. Now that we're healed up. So Solar Striker. So little did I know that what I presumed to be some, the game attracted me by how generic it seemed. I was genuinely charmed. And I didn't realize that I had unknowingly purchased the only shoot 'em up that Nintendo has ever developed or published, aside from arguably Mii Force on the Nintendo 3DS. So yeah, it was rather. And so I actually played it, and I'm like, I'm getting exactly what I expected out of this. But no, and I say when I haven't actually played it, and I only played it for the first time about a year ago. I was just very charmed by how outstandingly generic the game is. And I mean that, like, affectionately. I like it. I just like how no frills it is. It's like, okay, we're doing, Game Boy Guides. Game Boy Guide. I wish I should have mentioned this before. So we were doing some readings we're playing some 1989 Game Boy games. So, Super Mario Land, Solar Striker, Revenge of the Gator, and we were playing Pokemon Pinball earlier. And it's kind of funny telling people, like, this is basically running on the same engine, if you would call it that, as a launch window Game Boy game from the 1980s, and they're using it this far late into the Game Boy's lifespan for a Pokemon Pokemon spin-off pinball game. And yeah, so we're playing all these 80s Game Boy games, and we're reading some 80s gaming magazines with, I think it was like 1989, rumors of a new 8-bit handheld self-contained system with its own screen and interchangeable cartridges, something similar to the Vectrex system from a few years ago. And so the idea of a full-fledged handheld game system that was as much a legitimate, robust long-lived platform for games as the NES or Master System or Atari was such a new idea that the closest thing EGM had to compare these rumors of an alleged, Game Boy system, with Game Boy being in quotes at the time. So, Nidorino can learn Fury Attack. What do we want to replace that with? That the only thing they had to compare it to was the Vectrex. Fury, Focus Energy. It's time for... unfortunately, now I have access with my setup here. I could very easily pull up here's the manual, but I also have the player's guide. But the player's guide, doesn't tell you how much damage one move does over another, which is really annoying. So we have which moves the Pokemon learn, but we don't really have say this move has a base damage of X and this one has a... So which move was it that we're banning learning Fury Attack? So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, F, G. So Fly, Focus Energy, Fury Attack. As a good... No, Fury Attack. Your Pokemon attacks 3 to 5 times in a row, okay? And I'm looking at my game right now, so can't learn more than 4 moves. Delete older moves. Yes, which we've gotten. And Horn Attack, A, B, C, F, G. So Horn Attack. It just doesn't have any description on it to it. Okay, this Horn Attack deal more damage than Fury in Gen 1. I have to type this into my phone. Okay. Does... damage than Horn Attack in Gen 1. Yeah, we're just sticking with what we've got. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a nice way to sort of assess the limitations and capabilities of the player's guides at the time. Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy. You sound like you're. Well, I would definitely say you're more knowledgeable on what the individual games have to offer than I am on the Game Boy. Do you stream at all, or have a blog or anything like that? Abandoned learning Fury Attack. Yes. Did not learn Fury Attack. But I was about to use Grimer. We'll exchange Pokemon. Nah, do we really need to? No. We pumped up Jigglypuff's defense a whole bunch. I'm not afraid of getting beat up on, even though... Yeah, this is one of those trainers that has lower levels than lower levels than us, by a very slight margin. Had a little chin itch there. That makes it look like I'm like scratching like in the middle of my hair. and I may not be a human, but yeah, my hair does not have nerve endings in it. That would be pretty weird. It's not how keratin works typically. But so Grimer's fast asleep. Okay, now we could beat up on him a bit. Yeah, but they have an Instagram, and you stream sometimes. All right, cool. I'll definitely. Now, I'm the kind of person who about 85 to 95% of my streams are preserved on YouTube. I know that's not typical. I don't know if you've streamed recently enough that any of your VODs are still like available to watch. Because I'm not the biggest streamer out there, but I know there are a lot of people, like lots of big streamers, professional streamers, who have like a single digit at best preservation status on their archived streams. Whereas you could go back and watch my very first stream back on May 20th, 2020. Yeah, so last year was my 5-year anniversary. I've been streaming with this VTuber model of my own character, Lunarian H, since the spring, since early summer 2024. Before that, I was just on webcam. I'm not in character such as it were, but yeah, me in front of a webcam and me as a floppy-eared dog alien are simultaneously existing separate characters in the lore of my stream, and it took out years of preparation, and I'm gonna get back into it eventually, but for the first 6 months of 2024, every single stream I do my gameplay, my magazine stuff, but also had segments with unfolding lore that contextualized like all these parallel universes, and this evil AI like spam bot was like trying to take over the show and would keep calling me and mess with the stream. It was fun, and I'm gonna continue that eventually, and eventually, because like I said, Lunarian H and Human H are simultaneously existing characters, and eventually they're going to be interacting simultaneously in real time. That's going to be fun. I've worked out how to make that happen. But Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy in chat saying, probably some VODs, but they aren't all that interesting. They think they get deleted after a certain time. Yeah, I think if you're not... I am subscribed to Jeff Bezos's Outer Space Hot Tub Fund, so that my VODs stick around longer, and then I save my VODs and put them up on YouTube and on that playlist, which I'll drop that right there. And there are the rest of my socials, including my Twitter, which I basically don't really use anymore. But I'm up on Blue Sky, and I haven't done anything with it. Like, I think I actually logged into Blue Sky for the first time in like a year or two. Within the last month, and I went so far as to actually set an avatar for my user account on Blue Sky. And that's as far as I've gotten with that site. But let me scroll up. I missed a little chat. Oh, Clockboy's saying that I am one of the best streamers that they think everyone should watch. Aw, well, thank you very much. I know that's sincere and not sardonic or anything, but no, yeah, as you can see, I just like to include a lot of the historical context for the games, and you learn a lot of new things. Like, one thing we saw in the magazine, I don't know if you were here for that Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy, but yeah, I think it was before you revealed yourself in chat, because I don't look at I don't peek at who's in chat, but like watching but not active in chat. I don't call out my lurkers. I don't, and my follow alerts are anonymous. So if someone just wants to watch me and follow, you know, it says, hey, someone followed, great. But it doesn't like call out, hey, you know, Twitch user like 543 is, you know, and cause people to maybe call them out in chat. My follow alerts are anonymous. And for following, you get beautiful doorworm emotes. Doorworms being a race of species of creatures that live symbiotic with my species, the Lunarians. They live on our tails, but not me. I do not have a doorworm for plot-related reasons I've not gotten into yet. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stories. A lot of interesting concepts, but at the end of this out, we had about 43 minutes. Yeah, and if you subscribe at level 1, you get a bunch of emotes of me. Not to be too conceited, but it's what it's what people do. They make emotes of themselves. So yeah, I had to join in on it. Yeah, I'm lucky. I got these made by an artist on. If I put in, where's my, there we go. Yeah, there's my artist, and my modeler for my model. All those people, those amazing people are in there. And I got it on Fiverr, which I'm sure by now is like inundated with AI crap. You know, people pretending to actually do legitimate, you know, like original art, and they're just like putting in AI prompts to make what you ask. Yeah, a small artist. I was able to hire them to make these the emotes for me. They also made a PNG tuber model of yeah. So I'm H. There's human H. There's Lunarian H. And there's also Griffin H, who has only appeared a few times. But he is part of the lore. But I will say that at the end of the plot progression and on stream, as far as my lore goes, that I've acted out and done on stream, I think I've done the coolest reveal of a VTuber model that I've personally ever heard of. Because it was like, and it was also it was like the most elaborate, like intricate reveal of a VTuber model I've ever heard of, but it was also a total surprise that I was going to reveal a VTuber model, because I had been, aside from Griffin H streams, which are basically just my writing streams, Azurest has redeemed the new Sodor lore reading for 100 of their XLO tokens. The inflation-free, non-legal tender digital currency of the future, which is the XLO token digital currency is an important part of my lore, but we'll get into that later, because for now, we're going to learn a little more about the world of, I'm going to put that to sleep, a little bit more about the world of Thomas the Tank Engine and the island of Sodor. And I'm Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy, and anyone new that may be lurking that's never seen this before, I am not kidding. This is 100% real and official lore from the world of Thomas the Tank Engine. But so here's some track layouts. We're reading about Krasny Kurin right now, which is in the center of the island of Sodor. So, other inhabitants of the village are farmers and farm workers, with a sprinkling of quarrymen and railwaymen. A few business people from Croven's Gate and Ballyhoo have settled here and commute daily. Sir Handel Brown, the owner, lives here too at the Rowans, a house built by his father on the hillside overlooking the gorge, and from which he has an extensive view of the whole valley. Just north of the line swings just north of the station, the line swings over the road. And I am learning this, I am reading this in real time. I actually am learning new things about this. The road was there first and hugged the riverbank, so the railway builders crossed it on the level, hacking and blasting their own right-of-way from the hillside to the east. Road and rail run side by side for 2 miles till the first road, and the railway swings west across the river. The level crossing has no gates. This was a sore point with the Sodor Island Council, who kept pestering both the present Sir Handel and his father to install them, but neither saw any necessity. Gates had not been ordered in the Railways Act of 1864. Visibility in both directions is good, and there has never been an accident. However, in 1960, during road widening works, an incident occurred between a train and the council's steamroller. The council thought that this had given them an opportunity to force Sir Handel's hand. They sued him, claiming that, according to the regulations, the driver should have stopped dead at the crossing, and they asked for an order that gates be erected. Unfortunately for them, Sir Handel had seen the whole incident from his window study. He counterclaimed against the council for the careless driving of their steamroller and for damages resulting therefrom. He was moreover able to prove, with the aid of photographs taken at the time by a recorder from the Crovensgate Gazette, that not only was his driver not at fault, but that the incident had taken place some distance north of the level crossing. The council lost their case, damages were awarded against them, and they were told if they wanted gates they would have to provide them themselves. This they declined to do, so a certain coolness resulted. Alright. So that's a great little story right there. That is the story of... Okay, they mentioned Sir Handel there. They're talking about Sir Handel Brown, the person. But in the actual story from, I think, one of the... excuse me. You need to wake up. I need to put my analog pocket back on the dock because I didn't want the... I forgot which book. It's from... Which story is... Excuse me. This is from... Hold on. This is from Gallant Old Engine, which was a book from... A Thomas book from 19... It was from the 50s, I believe. I don't know why why it's so hard to find, you know, when the book was released. But yeah. So as you can see, the world of Thomas the Tank Engine, as it was originally written in the books, which released from 1945 to 2011, and a separate continuity from the Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends TV show, that is a very intricately detailed world with, not kidding, like history and lore dating back to the Roman Empire of the island of Sodor. It is like an intricately... Have I read all the Thomas books? I haven't read I've read all the original Railway series books, but I have... And this is actually my first time reading the book by Reverend Audrey, but the book by his son Christopher Audrey, Sodor Reading Between the Lines, actually had a 20-year reprint that I have a copy of, and I haven't gotten a chance to read it yet. No, we're going to stick with Gyarados for the rest of this battle. But we're going to see if we can make it to Fuchsia City, because we only have 35 minutes left of the stream. But thank you, Azuris, for redeeming the new Sodor lore reading. And doggone, Gyarados was poisoned. Alright. We're going to have to... Nah, we'll use Bite. We'll end this battle quickly, because it's the last Pokemon I think they have in their party. Nice! We got to level 32. Trying to learn Leer. Can't learn more than 4 moves. I may not use Leer very often, but we could definitely get rid of Splash, which is an intentionally useless move. So now we can drop their defense. Yeah, and this... So, on stream with all of y'all, This is actually the first time I'm reading the Island of Sodor book. Ah, get lost, yeah, get lost, yeah, sore loser. So now you can put Nidorino down there. You can put Gyarados. You have 3 Pokemon that are not. Yeah, we might as well use one of our antidotes. You know, you don't have too many of these left, so Gyarados isn't constantly losing health. And we'll save and carry on. We may not defeat all the... And yes, I am actually defeating all the trainers on each route as I explore them. Okay, so we beat these 2 guys. Okay, so... Okay, I thought this is... I don't have this route memorized. I forgot. So there's this guy. And this one. There's this biker. What? What do you want? What do you want? Okay. Yeah, get out of here, kid. You're bothering me. Pretty much. Okay. So... Oh, you know, Azuras, this might be of interest to you. I saw a screenshot. Someone just posted on like one of the blogs I follow. A screenshot from the Thin Man. And I saw the screenshot before I scrolled down and saw the where they actually from, you know, the Thin Man. I'm like, is that the Thin Man? If it is, I can't tell because he's not holding an adult beverage in his hand. And I don't know, and that's like the main thing I remember from the Thin Man. He's just constantly drinking, consuming hard spirits. But it turned out it was the Thin Man. And I remember absolutely nothing else about that movie. And, you know, but... So we'll explore up here a bit. Was there anything... Ah, a trainer. What's cool? Trading Pokemon. But apparently she likes battling Pokemon a little bit more. Okay. Ooh. Alright. So... Junior trainer female wants to fight. And the junior trainer female, and I know I mentioned this, I don't know if you knew this, anyone who is unfamiliar with Pokemon, but the junior trainer male and female battle classes, they were just flat out called Boy Scout and Girl Scout in Japan. Apparently, like, the trademark protections on that phrase isn't as locked down as it is in the Western world. Because when you see their uniforms, it's like, okay, yeah, they're clearly meant to be like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, but... And I don't know much about, like, Japanese, like, scouting. Like, and the international scouting movement. I just know, like, the Boy Scouts of America I was familiar with as a kid. And we're going to we're gonna rage? No, we don't want to rage. No, we're gonna drop their defense. No! That minimize is like a nightmare attack. Like, they're basically invincible right now. Ember? No, if we're going to... We're gonna fresh water. Yes, fresh... The phrase fresh water is now a verb. Doggone, you put me to sleep? Okay, that's nice. We'll just go ahead and use our Poké-Flute. Well, sleeping Pokemon woke up. Used Metronome, used Egg Bomb. The attack missed. You know what? I am not going to use Rage, because that... my Charmeleon fainted last time I used Rage, and the enemy Clefairy was minimized. Because I kept missing, like, I feel like I feel like I have like a 10% success rate hitting when they're minimized. And they keep using it too. Critical hit, nice. You sing. Oh, we're gonna... Yeah, and I think they only have 1 or 2 Pokemon, because at level 30... defense greatly rose. I've never seen their sprite disappear before. Like, their sprite is just gone. But they use minimize a bunch. I've never... Their sprite just disappeared? I've never seen that happen before. And I got really lucky even landing those hits in. Okay, that was their only Pokemon. I said trade! I said trade, darn it! You're the one who attacked me. I trade Pokemon with my friends. You challenged me to a battle. Okay? The fighting was... That was all your idea, man. Little Girl Scout. See, this looks like the kind of area where... Okay, item fighter isn't responding. Wait, is it... does it respond to... Okay, it only responds to invisible items. TM20. I don't know what TM20 is. I'll have to check it out in my... Okay, so this whole upper area is just for that one item. Okay. You would have thought there'd be a couple more trainers. So, we're definitely en route. Okay. Wild Ditto appeared. Yeah, we don't need the experience. But we're definitely on pace to set foot in Fuchsia City within the 27 minutes and 24 seconds. You know what? I wonder... I wonder, should I put an on-screen timer? For years, I used to, like, put, like, an on-screen timer next break-in, but I wasn't doing, like, these hour segments at the time. I wonder if the time is drawing near where I should maybe consider returning that as part of my layout. And so people have a clear sense of... And I used to say which game I'm playing next and everything about if I was playing multiple games, but... Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start using Rage now. And it's gonna carry... But their attack isn't going up at all. It's so inconsistent as to whether or not their attack actually rises. Yeah, we'll have a Raichu soon. I'm gonna spend a few more levels. Oh, a critical hit. Go figure. Yeah, if that's a critical hit, we're not going to do well. We're gonna get knocked out. And... yeah, use Thunder Wave. Guaranteed paralysis. Come on, fight through it, fight through it. Ah, they're fully paralyzed. Critical hit. And... our attack keeps falling, but our attack keeps going up. And that'll do it. That'll be the knockout we were expecting. Alright. We're gonna bring out Jigglypuff. We're going to put them to sleep. Oh, they're gonna come out with the first status move. They're faster than me, huh? Okay, they paralyzed me. I put them to sleep. And we're going to revive Charmeleon so they get some experience out of this. They use Thunder Shock on me. Oh, and of course it The singing didn't work to put them to sleep, but we'll try one more time, and then we'll cut our losses and move on to other strategies. But I'm going to try to use rest to heal. Fell asleep and became healthy. Regained health. Okay. But do I have the choice to... Alright, wake her back up. And... Pound? Let's try. Let's try doing some damage dealing attacks. Oh yeah, we're gonna want you asleep for this, please. And yeah, it worked. It actually put them to sleep. Alright. They're asleep. We're gonna try to deal some damage. Nice, that'll work perfectly. It worked better than I thought, actually. I expected this to take a couple more turns, but... No, wrong. Oh, I don't want to be on the bike. Get off the bike. Okay, so... Oh yeah, we don't have the option to heal from the Pokemon when you have to go to the item selection. Yeah, we'll heal Jigglypuff. We'll also get out our Paralyze heal. We only have a couple of those, but we don't get paralyzed so often. Go ahead and save. 33 hours into this, assuming I haven't been... I think I've been pretty on point in terms of not letting the time run while I'm not actually playing the game. Oh, you're a little cutie. I hope you're not an adult one. You're probably a lass with a comment like that. Yeah, we know what's going on. Okay. No, beauty. Excuse me, not beauty. It's not lass, it's beauty. Yeah, let's use Ember. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was better than I expected. Okay. Charmeleon's accuracy fell. Okay. The accuracy fell, but it's not like a 100% inability to deal damage or actually land any hits, like minimizes. Whirlwind, unaffected. Yeah, Whirlwind, not Whirlwind. Whirlwind is an attack that, when a wild Pokemon uses it, it will, against you, it will knock you, it'll just end the battle instantly, with no one getting experience points. And if you use it against wild Pokemon, it knocks them away, and the battle ends instantly with no experience points. But... yeah, unaffected. They're hurt by the burn. They get knocked out. They faint. About to use Wigglytuff. Yeah, Wigglytuff. I can't wait till I can evolve my Jigglypuff, but I don't like the sprite for Jigglypuff. Like, I wouldn't if Jigglypuffs looked like that. Like, these sprites aren't necessarily reflective of how these Pokemon are depicted typically, because I like Wigglytuff. I do not like the sprite. Yeah, we'll use Leer. Oh, it failed. Alright. And Azurest and Clackaboy in chat are talking about the weather. Azurest asks Clackaboy what's their weather. Clackaboy saying it's 59 degrees in Southern California. Okay. Alright, so I don't think I mean, I know the snowstorm is supposed to be pretty, like, I heard, like, claims of it being historically big, but I'm guessing it's not something that's going to overtake the entire North American continent or anything wild like that. Alright, we are, so our only damage-dealing move got disabled, and the only damage-dealing move we have power points for got disabled, and strategically it's a very case-specific move, so we're just gonna move on, and we're out of power points for our other moves, so we'll bring out Beedrill. Yep. Hit 3 times. We'll use, okay, Poison Sting, Cut, Focus, alright, Pin Missile. Let's try to see if we can poison them, because I believe Jigglypuff has pretty decent defense. I mean, Wigglytuff. Nice. Okay, we poisoned them. So they'll be dealing with poison damage. So we're at a point where we could definitely use focus energy. Wait, there's some moves. There's certain mechanics to the battles that just flat out don't work the way they're intended to in like throughout all of Generation 1 Pokemon. And I think Focus Energy might be one of those things that actually just does not work the way it's supposed to. And might, like, some things, some status altering moves have like the opposite effect or are way more effective than they're supposed to be. And I think Focus Energy is actually one of them. Okay, the move's disabled. Fine. We'll use Cut. Yeah, Jigglypuff is on the PlayStation Network, which is a pretty serious. They really want to be on Xbox Live. It's much more robust service. So we'll go ahead and knock them out before they have to renew their subscription. There we go. Nice. Okay. H defeated Beauty. You look so cute too. Oh, don't look so cute now that I actually can beat you. Alright. Now, I'm afraid of bikers. They look so ugly and mean. That's very judgmental. Alright. How much... No, we're gonna have to heal. Yeah, even the fresh water. Hey kid, come on, I just got these. No, I mean, the Azurus in chat is saying cute is a superpower. It's like, yeah, if cute wasn't a super... He has like 5 Pokemon. That's a pretty well-stocked team, but they're all significantly... They're not that high level. Alright. Actually, we're going to... Let's use Rage and see how far we get, and if Charmeleon gets knocked out, then the next Pokemon will get all the EXP for it. And if they don't get knocked out, then whatever. Rage is building. Attack Rose. Charmeleon used Rage. So I'm gonna, since you're watching Azurus, I'm just going to put on, even though we're not for those watching, I'm just going to give a little bit of lore that some may be unfamiliar with. So Azure asked, is this easy? Are the graphics easier for you to see in Game Boy Night mode? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, no one has to redeem tokens. You could just do it for. You get it for free for a few minutes. About to use another coughing. No, we're just gonna let this play out until Trembling gets knocked out and then move on to some of the Pokemon that still need leveling up to level 32. Much clearer? Alright. Now, there are other display modes that aren't as dramatically... Like, how's this mode for you? How does this look to you? Just out of curiosity. Is it better? I sound like you're probably giving you an eye exam. Better or worse than the red, and better or worse than the green? Just out of curiosity. And I know the green mode, like, it's based on the original model Game Boy screen, which had like the least easy to see screen. So the fact that it's harder to see or make things out is not just you. That's how people playing the system back then. Better than the original? As good as the red, or not really? Just out of curiosity. Since we're not in Game Boy Night mode for now. Yeah, there we go. Terminating game 610. Breaker's about to use Wheezing. Will I exchange Pokemon? No. So, is this... Okay, you have this and this here. Which would you say is better? This is sort of like a light blue tint as far as how it looks on my monitor. This mode you're looking at right now is actually based on how the way games looked on the Game Boy Light, which was like the Game Boy Night here is something from Lunarian H's universe. The equivalent in Redemption Center 1, your universe, Earth 1, such as it were, would have actually been the Game Boy Light, which I don't have a frame for it, but it's a system that looks very similar to the Game Boy Pocket, but was slightly larger to house AA batteries instead of AAA like the Game Boy Pocket did. But it's the same basic idea. It's like, hey, let's add the ability to play in the dark with a lit screen into the Game Boy. Alright, only one... Okay, this is gonna knock him out. I knew it would end this way. But now... you could have Jigglypuff take all the glory. The red is more viscerally attractive. Viscerally attractive. Now that's very... We'll play the rest of the stream in Game Boy Night mode. Hey, maybe next time. Next time we're doing a shorter stream on Tuesday. We're only streaming for a couple of hours. Maybe we'll do the whole stream in Game Boy Night mode. How about that? Yeah, it looks like Virtual Boy. Now, to be... so, yeah, the red and black does look... So, in chat a few seconds ago, because of the chat delay, there's a, some context for, in this character's world, this is a Game Boy model that exists, in the that was released in the equivalent of 1991, and it tells the backstory for it. But, for real life, practical purposes, this is the Neon Matrix Pinball display mode of the Analog Pocket. So I've got, original Pokemon game cartridge plugged into the Game Boy, into the Analog Pocket, and the modes are, the Neon Matrix Pinball which is a simulation of like old pinball scoreboards from like the 90s. We have Game Boy Light mode. We have Game Boy Pocket mode. We have the original model Game Boy mode. And just the flat out, like, what the game just actually looks like. Whereas these other modes simulate different screens and display styles, and they added this pinball display mode just for the heck of it. And Jigglypuff's at level 32 now. And, the only... I'm not sure about... I do have a non-poison type damage dealing move here, don't I? Yes, I do. Bug is... Let's see how well this... Actually, no, it's actually... I did not realize that Bug was super effective against poison, at least in Gen 1 it is. It's not... You know, when you have... Oh, fire, you know, is defeated by water, but fire can defeat... Like, fire defeats grass, grass absorbs water, water puts out fire. Like, not all the type matchups are that obvious. Yeah, 6591, but it is a calendar based on the first appearance of linear band ceramic pottery being created in the Danube Valley in Europe. So it's not like Lunarian H does not live thousands of years in the future. He lives on present day Earth, but they're using a different calendar. Yeah, so it's a little, it sounds more exciting than it really is. So like 6590 would be like 1990. And but the calendar, like, you know, to be, I'm not in character such as it were. So like to be about my creative process, the calendar was based on, so about like 66,000 years ago, archaeologists discovered the earliest like linear band ceramic pottery in that region of Europe. And in that, and like the setting Lunarian H lives in, his like world's calendar is just based on that as sort of a starting point for what people consider like modern civilization, which is a completely arbitrary concept, you know, but just like for their purposes, like they just happen to base their calendar around that. Hey, there we go. Knocked him out. We only have 7 minutes left. And so 3 5-minute breaks, so a total of 3 5-minute breaks spaced an hour apart. This has been really great. I've been able to do like a full 4-hour stream with minimal interruption to my audience. I was successful doing this years ago in terms of pacing the streams the way I wanted. And it gives me an opportunity to run behind my desk and swap my cables around to do the magazine stream, because I do actually change out my cables. No, we'll keep Beedrill out. Yeah, I actually do change my cables out, because right now my monitor that's directly in front of me has my analog pocket hooked up to it, my game console. And then to the side, I have my monitor with my broadcast software and my motion capture rig and everything. But when I do my magazine streaming parts, not when I'm just doing a sort of lore reading or consulting a player's guide briefly, but when I really sit down and analyze and break down and comment on a magazine, what I do is I have the magazine, you know, I plug up my monitor, my PC, have a second monitor be my monitor that I'm now using for my gameplay. And so I can see the magazine all nice and big. And, yeah. And we'll snooze those ads for a minute. There we go. Yeah, and, Ashra's saying, well, paper covers rock. Yeah, no, they even described in the manual, it's like, oh, it's like a rock, paper, scissors thing with how the different Pokemon element types fare against one another. But 6591 sounds like an address? Yeah, kinda. But, 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, we are so tantalizingly close to getting to Fuchsia City. We'll use Soda Pops for Beedrill and Jiggler. Actually, Beedrill is the only Pokemon. Okay. You know, since we're not gonna stop the stream just yet. But I thought, on a whim, I don't have a lot of time to get much more progress done on this game, but why don't we play just a few minutes, 3 minutes and 50 seconds and counting, a little Pokemon pinball to close out the night. And that lore suggestion was based on I don't know if did I mention it in the write-up? Yeah, the red screen lighting being less visible from a distance in dark environments, that is actually strategically accurate. Like, I believe there's some devices. Well, you know, and you know what the funny thing is, when I came up with writing that, I wasn't actually, no, I think I might have actually thought about that. That whole bit of lore, it is kind of based on the infamous, or famous rather, something really, but the Gulf War Game Boy that was damaged, like a bomb hit it, and it's all burned up, but it still plays. They don't run it, they don't have it on all the time, but because they've had it just running on display at the Nintendo store for years. And but over the years, like, more lines of dead pixels have developed, so I don't think they have it plugged in any longer, just for the sake of preserving its ability to be turned on. But yeah, the whole concept of the Game Boy Night and like a special Game Boy for like issued, initially for service members to use, was kind of based on the story of the Gulf War Game Boy, which I did get to see in person at the Nintendo World Store when it first opened. I also got to see, which is now known as Nintendo New York. But yeah, it's Game Boy Guide to the Galaxy. I was really amazed the fact that this game, that I played this game in 1998, not knowing that a decade earlier, which was like it might as well be a million years earlier back then, from my perspective, that the Revenge of the Gator, a game that launched within the Game Boy's first few months on the market, also was running effectively on the same engine. Or I don't know if it's technically would be called a kernel and not an engine, because I understand engine in that context that we say casually is not something that really came about until the days when we're pushing polygons with systems like the Saturn, PlayStation, Nintendo 64. Oh. Ah, doggone. We only have a minute left. Let's see how far we can get. Oh. There we go. Oh, okay. You have a chance to catch what is very apparently a Weedle. I believe we already have a Weedle. I wish it wouldn't let us, I wish it didn't, repeat Pokemon, because I know it's offered us the chances to catch Pokemon that we've definitely already caught, and that's very annoying. But in 25 seconds, my timer will end for me to signal to end the stream. And coincidental to that, in 2 minutes and 38 seconds, we're gonna have a forced ad break, and I've run out of snoozes for the time being. So it's in every way time to call it quits for now. But I will be back on Tuesday. I normally don't stream on Tuesdays or on weekdays. I want to bring in more weekday streams. It's going to be a 2-hour stream. Tuesday, 5 p.m. There won't be a magazine segment, unfortunately. But it'll just be 2 hours of Pokemon Red gameplay. Maybe 5 minutes of Pokemon Pinball just to warm it up. But yeah, we're going to be on 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Tuesday the 27th. We're going to be playing more Pokemon. So, how about we have a lot of... we're really swimming in options in terms of... in terms of folks we could raid. But... I would say... Okay. Alright, I'm gonna send you all over to Gravy D Train, who is the station master dog of the Grand Central Mountain Railroad. And so I'd like you all to go in and say hi and say all aboard. So I'll see you all next time, and thank you very much for watching. Okay, no, okay. Then 3, 2, okay, now it's happening.